So I'm dealing with a little bit of nonsense on the Twitch end. Hooray! All right, we're working. So stream is tagged appropriately. I do have my quality options. I believe I may in fact have the correct game selected, but I'm not quite ready to go. Here we go. And I'm definitely debating on the name Industrial Devolution, because so far as I can tell, there is no such thing as reverse evolution in... Uh-oh. You didn't get to see that delightful Brace Yourself logo. I can fix that. Devolution, for those of you who want to know the term, in fact, refers to... I guess the best I could maybe say would be sort of federal centralized power being distributed down to, to lower entities, which sort of seems to be the way that things have been handled in the Titan world. Although, of course, these are private interests. These are not necessarily government interests. So it seemed to fit, but honestly, it was just something that rhymed with revolution. So maybe I don't need to try and unpack any deep meaning behind it. And I already used the revolution will be televised in the tweet. So there you go. There's your education for the day. The rest of the education is going to be about me being a horrible person. So I've also got my tea already, but no promises that I'm not going to get up later for a refill. So yesterday there was the Industrial Revolution patch, which was added. I believe that is the 9th for the game. I can confirm that really quickly, but sadly it means you don't get to hear the lovely soundtrack for a brief moment. Should have been a little bit better prepared, but this is what you get when you watch an amateur. Yes, Update 9, or X for those of you that don't know Roman numerals. So this is a patch that seems to have expanded out the factories. For those of you who have enjoyed this game from the start, or at least enjoyed watching me play the game from the start, factories essentially are smaller versions of apartments and offices for me right now. Obviously, I can put stuff like power plants in them, but you'll notice the way I've really been using them is just as a temporary shelter for the people who will be making me money. That has changed. In fact, there are the patch notes. We can take a minute here. I actually really like that the patch notes are included inside the game, although it does mean the music still goes away. So we can watch the update video. Wow. I'm really killing the quality here. I'm sorry. I don't know what... Excuse me. Maybe it's because I'm streaming. I don't normally have this kind of problem. Looks pretty good, huh? So I'm not going to do a full read of the patch notes. I tend to look at the highlights, but Benefactory, benefit from new factory devices to refine resources. By the way, I really feel that one of the commercial, I don't know, like one of the edges that Brace Yourself has is they're incredibly good at titles and very good at plays on words. So I think Industries of Titan is the best name for a video game ever. And this goes through pretty much everything that they have. So, you've got Crypto the Necrodancer is a great name for a game. You've got the patch names for Phantom Brigade, like Mechan at Work. I don't know. I don't know quite how you... So clearly they've got a really good way of being able to pull this stuff out quite consistently. I am not nearly clever enough to do this on a regular basis, but I'm fascinated whenever I see people who are able to pull that stuff sort of seemingly out of thin air. Obviously, most creative work is usually the product of a lot of hard work behind the scenes that you never get to see, and so you assume that it's magic. Or at the very least, it's more convenient to think that it's magic because then I don't need to confront my own laziness. But yeah, this seems to be a very brace yourself thing. Anyways, Rebel Base AI. Rebel Bases now expand and spawn defenders. So my incredibly plotted way of playing this game is about to get stomped by the new Rebel Base AI. Ship to building combat. Attack Rebel buildings with ships. So maybe a small edge. It definitely gives me a reason to build ships more. As you could sort of see from the previous playthrough, I avoided building ships because I tended to find that they weren't as effective, and the amount of time it took me to get them repaired wasn't worth it. So much balance, a huge number of balance changes. Industries of Titan is in early access, which means we are actively updating and adding new content based on our roadmap and your wonderful feedback. See the full patch notes below. So lots of things in here. I'm not going to do a whole lot. Like I said, the headlines are what are really important to me. But as I say with Phantom Brigade, this game, not just this game, but like the Discord for this game, and it's going to be the same Discord for Phantom Brigade and Crypt of the Necrodancer and all of that. It's very active. Lots of, there's definitely an active sort of solicitation of feedback for this game. And in fact, I'm sure if I were to look at any growth metrics for the channel, basically all of them are due to the incredibly nice people at Brace Yourself Games following the channel and donating subscribers last week. So thank you for that. But this is one of these things. It has been a joy to be not just a streamer of these games, but to be able to participate in a small way inside of these communities. And it's, the games will ultimately be better for it. I think that's really the reason why these things get released in early access. So for those of you that haven't done so already, especially if you are players of these games, please click those links. So big thank you to all the experimental branch players for their feedback. They contributed significantly to help us balance the game and improve UX. The council appreciates your input. So I am not an experimental branch player, but thank you to the commandos. Get those factory floors ready for a whole bunch of new devices and resources. Factory Gameplay 1.0 is finally here. So existing resources are split into 3 tiers of value. The resources you acquire from ruins and resource patches and nodes are all tier 1 and can be refined via resource devices in your factories. New resource devices include processors, devices that disintegrate resources for refinement into higher tiers. There are 2 levels of processor for tier 1 to tier 2 and tier 2 to tier 3. Input modules allow you to put resources into the processor for refinement specific to resource types. I'll take a look at how this thing works in the game because I couldn't quite parse that on my own. Employee module. An employee is required to operate your equipment. Oh, Jesus. Wow. All right. So I am going to need a lot more habitation. Output module performs reintegration and output of higher tier resources from lower tier resources. And a waste module stores any waste produced by refinement. If you don't have one and keep it emptied regularly, waste will end up all over the floor. Well, that's never stopped me before. All resource devices are modular. As long as the plug end of a module is touching a processor, you'll be able to refine resources with ease. To quickly cycle between resource tiers, you can tab for minerals or shift tab for isotopes. The selected tier is synced between the HUD and build menus. Job categories for supplying input modules, emptying output modules, and cleaning out waste modules have been added to the employee management panel. We have so much more that we want to add to factories down the line as well, so stay tuned. All right. So employees cost less now. Players start with 12 instead of 8 employees. I'm not sure what the originals for these were before. Citizens generate half as much waste before, so it seems that I am not the only person who had cities buried under garbage. And citizen income is increased to 1 credit every 5 seconds. Again, I don't know what the comparison for that was. Less waste generated per conversion. increased cost of trucks to 250 credits each. General balance reduced influence gain by 2%. I think that's pretty fair. If you looked at the previous stream, I was just trying to find ways to dump my influence. Mind you, I was also not really growing quite the same way. I do have a few ideas about how I'm going to play a little bit better. Increased influence cost of claiming rebel tiles. That's a really neat idea. I actually quite like this because, of course, it is, in principle, much more difficult. It requires more resources to claim hostile territory than it does, open territory. So this is a neat idea. Includes pollution emission by 20%. Tutorial updates along with fixing some bugs in the existing tutorial. We put a lot of work into the advisor system, so I will try and avail myself of the advisors as much as possible. Advisors should provide useful, accurate information based on where you are in the game, and feedback on the tutorial and advisors is greatly appreciated. Cool. Player shipbuilding combat is finally in play. Oh, yeah. So we knew this already. Speaking of rebels, be careful when you attack them because they've been working on their own expansions. Okay, so these are related to the thing we saw before. Well, no, let's take a minute to read it in. Over rebel camps you've discovered, take them down by attacking the buildings. If you don't want to destroy them using ships, the previous method of claiming territory from under their feet is still available, but of course it costs more. You can't fly through areas that aren't under your command. We'll be enabling more exploration of the map via ships in the future. We've also added some VFX to ship targeting boxes on enemy ships. They now glow for added visibility. Cool. Functional turrets. So this is actually going to be really neat to see the game sort of play better than me and see me get crushed. A bunch of work behind the scenes. We've refactored both the truck system and the job system in hopes of eliminating as many bugs as possible and for better code organization. Both systems should work exactly the same as before, but with less bugs. Cool. Highly requested quality of life update added a time of day indicator next to the game's speed buttons. Oh, I didn't even really think. Removed the name field of the bug reporter for GDPR compliance. Oh yeah, man, there's so much I want to say about this stuff because I am actually really fond of the principles behind the GDPR, but there are some things because I work with data that raise so many questions for me about how people can effectively use what is ultimately very benign information in a game context that still potentially gets hit by that. So I'll leave that here, though. If you're coming into Titan Tuesday having played on experimental here, the shade. Okay, won't worry about that. And let's just fly by the seat of our pants as far as the fixes are concerned, because I'm already 12 minutes in, and I really have been trying to get a little bit more prompt in terms of starting things up. So one last thing to say. I always like checking the roadmap because sometimes these things also, well, no, they change with every update. But sometimes you get to see some new things you didn't know before. So what came in the March update? New factory gameplay 1.0, resource management and refinement, multiple resource tiers, 2 processor devices, and 5 basic modules. Rebel camp updates. Rebel AI builds and expands borders. Camp spawn defender patrols. Rebel turrets fire back, and players can now attack rebel buildings. So we knew those. Coming soon, an achievement system. Map generator improvements. New mountains, cliffs, rocks, cracks. Performance optimization and quality of life updates. So definitely, I will admit, like when I take a look at this doesn't immediately say to me, it's like, oh, I have to play this next update as soon as possible. I suspect, though, when I take a look at the map generator, I'm probably going to be like, wow, this game looks so cool now. And then performance optimization, I have a feeling will probably be something that makes me a little bit more fun to watch later on in the at the end of the game, because I have gotten a couple of points where the game crawls, but I'm very determined to take out the bad guys. And planned future updates, localization, leaderboards, tech tree, wind, fire, temperature, liquids, drinks, food, farms, hunger, leisure and health, factory 2.0, pop sim 2.0, and more. But you all came here to watch Industries of Titan. And as always, we are going to do standard. I've not actually done survival. It is kind of neat, though. If you want to touch survival, I would still, especially if you wind up playing this game for the first time, I do recommend playing on standard, because once you win on standard, you can just spin it into a survival game. So there's really, unless for whatever reason you really just want to have the dynamic of a survival game, like I guess maybe if you don't want to go running out looking for rebel bases or anything like that, there's really nothing that you gain by rushing into it ahead of time. But as with everything, you sort of how do I put it? Like, any game is yours to play, right? You can play it on the higher difficulty, you can play it on the lower difficulty, and anybody who makes you feel differently about it is probably not really worth considering all that much. Finally, if you're somebody who just likes building things and being left alone, there is a wonderful Zen mode. I've not actually played this yet, and I will encourage you, if you are someone inclined to play Zen, like I have a friend who loves Civilization, but as soon as they meet another civilization, they close the game and start a new one. They just want to build, which is really interesting. But I would encourage you, if you are a player like that, again, as always, play the way that you want. I do encourage you to do standard, because one of the things that's so interesting is by having these enemy forces in place, it gives you a reason to build certain things at a certain time. Like, I've played differently and I've built things differently because of the way, because of what I know is going to be coming after me. And it does mean that you open yourself to losing, but losing is definitely something that's quite fun. So here we go. Currently, only the landfallers are available. As the Titan Gold Rush ramped up, many startups and corporations from Earth, Mars, and the asteroid belt have scrambled to snap up ruin-rich land and start their own urban businesses. The Landfallers faction is this swirling, leaderless group of striving hopefuls from across the system. They're people who dreamed big and have probably tasted failure. They also share a common hyper-capitalist culture. Landfallers are motivated by their perilous position and the powerful rewards of success. Every once in a while, these ventures can be incredibly successful. A few are already on their way to becoming full-fledged factions on Titan. Will you be the one that leads them to system dominance? Hey, brace yourself. Great to see you, as always. I don't know how many bodies are in here, but let me start off on the right foot. I actually avoided watching this wonderful Brace Yourself channel because they were playing the new update. So I allowed myself to watch a little bit while they weren't inside the factories. But as soon as whoever was playing I didn't catch the names, sadly, went inside of a factory, I was like, no, I want to go in blind. So we'll see whether or not that was the right choice. But for those of you that are not already following that channel, Brace Yourself is a great channel to follow. And in fact, it was very humbling to watch them do Twitch plays, Crypto the Necrodancer, and see them get so much further than I've ever gotten in the game. So yeah, it's fun. Mushroom says, good to see. Oh, wonderful. Okay. I keep forgetting, like, there are so many people at Brace Yourself who I don't immediately, like, you know, it's just one of these things where it's if somebody's on a video, so like Ryan, who does Clark Tank, you know, it's fairly easy to recognize him because, of course, he's given so many talks. But it sort of feels like every time I visit, there's someone new. And again, I just get to find out that apparently everybody in your workplace is impossibly nice. But it does make me feel a little bit bad that I can't immediately connect the people anymore. Hello, Silvo7, and Mushroom says you've been really looking forward to this stream because you keep missing the other ones. Hey, no problem at all. I don't take attendance, and you picked a great game to watch in. We've done quite a bit of hiring last year, so lots of new faces. That's good, though. I mean, growth, as industries have Titan has taught us, you know, growth is wonderful. You should always be expanding as much as possible, regardless of the cost. So, starting conditions, 1 headquarters, 8 employees. Oh, actually, that might be wrong. I think the patch note said that there are 12 employees now. We'll find out in a minute. 5 minerals, no isotopes, 100 credits, 20 influence, and a 3x3 territory. You converted a lot of employees. Oh yes, actually, sorry, disclosure time, because I screwed that up reading the patch notes. Brace Yourself Games did give me a copy of Industries of Titan for promotional purposes. So, as always, I obviously like this game a lot. That is going to be coming through on the stream very clearly. But if you are going to be making a buying decision about it, you should know that I was given this game for promotional purposes. And on top of that, I do have the Epic affiliate link, which I will only put out once. Oh, go ahead, share it whenever you'd like, Mushroom Sis. If you want to buy the game using that affiliate link, a portion of the proceeds come to me. Now, I believe that is now coming out of Brace Yourself's end. So if you want all the money to go to Brace Yourself, don't put my name in the credit link. If you have another content creator that you want to credit the sale for, that's fine. I'll probably be getting rid of that in April, most likely. But if you do want to credit the stream with the sale, I do get a little bit of that money. And the reason why I pointed out is not to direct you towards buying the game through that, but rather there are actually two interests going on here. So one, I was given the key for promotional purposes, but because I'm an Epic affiliate and this game is currently only on the Epic Store, there is also potentially a financial interest that I have in there. And despite me playing an evil capitalist who wants to maximize profits at all costs, I do actually kind of care that this stuff be presented up front. And of course, for those of you who don't care for the Epic Store or are waiting for the game to be a little bit more developed before you play it, it is listed on Steam. It will be coming to Steam. I don't believe there is a date associated with that yet, but a wishlist is free. And of course, if you wishlist it, you will get a notification as soon as the game is available. So... oh no! I say that for all of the games. For what it's worth, Brace Yourself games. I put that little disclaimer in there all the time because I know a couple of people who have recently joined the Epic Affiliate program. So I want to try and lower the pressure people feel between, if you're in a community and you're all friends. I really don't want people sort of feeling like they need to put the like they don't need to agonize over who they credit it through. So Mushroom Sis is sharing us, I think this is more Breath of the Wild story. So you defeated Van Rudania, and then you got Nabaris. That's not the good part. You also explored the castle where the final boss fight is, and you accidentally activated the final boss and won. You beat Breath of the Wild. Congratulations, Mushroom Sis. If you like The Legend of Zelda, might I recommend a wonderful game called Cadence of Hyrule, which I can't play because I don't have a Switch, but somebody in here will be able to tell you why I think that's a game worth mentioning. I don't know if you've ever played Crypt of the Necrodancer, but the same people who made Crypt of the Necrodancer, who are also the developers of Industries of Titan, made a Zelda game called Cadence of Hyrule, which is the Crypt of the Necrodancer is a wonderful game, so I have to assume Cadence of Hyrule is excellent, but again, not a Switch owner, so I can't speak from experience. Alright, so we've also got 3 choices. I promise I will play Industries of Titan, but again, the community is a really nice thing about this. So we've got our low-risk land grant, so normal resources, normal rocks, normal lakes, normal crevices, normal rebel camps, the council's typical starting territory for new investments, unpleasant weather, derelict ruins, and a thick layer of poisonous cloud cover. We've got high risk, high rewards, so very high resources, very low rocks, very low lakes, very high crevices, and very high rebel camps. The most lucrative parts of Titan are also the most dangerous. Only those who can protect their stakes will make it here, and the rest will crumble into the crevices. And finally, pioneering terraformer. Low resources, very high rocks, very high lakes, very low crevices, and low rebel camps. An uninhabited barren area of Titan, calm due to its abundance of rocky mountains and beautiful yet toxic waters. Perfect for companies looking to trailblaze. You also need dystopian novel recommendations. So first of all, I'm sorry to give you such a vanilla recommendation here, Mushroom Sis, but have you read 1984? Because if you haven't, not just because I gave you his tea essay, but George Orwell is an excellent writer, and you should probably read that one. If you're looking for something a little more cyberpunk-oriented, Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash. A couple things that haven't necessarily aged all that well, but that's actually a pretty decent one as well. Ooh, brace yourselves coming in with a probably better recommendation. I think I'm going to do high risk, high reward because I really neglected the rebels last time, and this is going to motivate me to maybe pick up my stop dragging my feet on this. So yeah, let's run with it. Velap Corp, Plato. Oh, I gotta go with Plato Solutions. Which of these most closely resembles the form of the good? Well, the P. No. Let's enable tutorials, because they did say that it was revised. Again, I want to double check the number of employees that we start off with, but let's start this way. Like all things on Titan, the amount of mechanical sunlight on each part of the moon... the amount of mechanical sunlight each part of the moon receives is not equal. Only the rich can afford to live in the brightest areas. Fragile bones are often reinforced with body mods in Titan's poor, hence the nickname Bowlegs for dark side dwellers. You wanted to read a dystopian comic called The True Lives of Fabulous Killjoys, but comics aren't allowed in your English class. It's a shame, because I know that I know like Watchmen wound up on the Time 100 list, but I also understand why they put those restrictions in place. So, is there a reason why you want dystopia particularly, Mushroomsis?
Significant investments riding on your success. I hope you'll live up to our expectations.
Welcome, Founder, to Industries of Titan Early Access. You may find plenty of what we like to call bugs, which the
16
Council
employees.
are eager to
Oh
squash.
no, that's the limit.
If you stumble upon such a bug, we appreciate you reporting it on the forums or on our Discord. Thank you. The Council looks forward to seeing what you can do.
All right, we got 4 free employees.
Welcome, Founder.
But I will...
My name is
actually...
Shiaro Hess, and I am your
Sorry.
Operation Monitor. Every Founder on Titan is assigned a Monitor like me. I make sure you treat Titan with respect. It is the Council's property, after all. If we work together, we'll make this city very efficient.
I was better prepared this time. I've actually got a notebook beside me, so I'm gonna start writing down my notes rather than saying I hope I remember how all of these or I hope I remember all of these little details I was going to mention. So I got a comment on the number of employees mentioned in the opening titles. Let's begin by testing your oversight capabilities, Founder. So. Excellent work. Now let's test your camera's rotation and zoom function. I feel like my tone is a little bit nicer than Shiaro's. Working as expected. One last thing to ensure everything is running correctly. Try pausing and resuming to check your speed register is working correctly. I know I can skip this stuff, but the bugs aren't going to get found if I don't redo some of this stuff, so... well, I mean, somebody might find it, but... excellent. We'll begin... Everything seems to be ordered. Then we'll begin with your main duties.
Founder, please take a close look at your starting territory. You are free to do as the outlined tiles adjacent to your headquarters belong to you. You are free to do as you please with this land. Any land outside your territory, however, belongs to the Council. If you wish to use that land, you will have to pay the Council with influence. Founder, I see you eyeing those ruins. Intriguing, aren't they? The ruins cover almost every inch of Titan. They're the wreckage of an earlier, more foolish age. The doomed settlers who built them left many resources and artifacts behind. Your territory already contains some ruined structures. You can survey them in your city view. Survey results will show you the contents of the ruins. Issuing a survey order will assign an employee to do it for you. Try surveying the ruins you control.
Oh, well done, Mushroom Sis.
Founder, survey results have shown that some nearby ruins contain valuable resources. Resources are used to construct buildings and devices. Our city needs them to grow. Try salvaging one of the ruins to gather its resources now. The resources you find there will be placed in storage automatically, if there is storage available.
I do like the changes that they've made to the resources up here. I was never confused as to what was available, but it's sort of nice to... I don't know, it just looks a little nicer, I think.
Founder, you may be interested to learn that there are other secrets hidden inside the nearby ruins. They can contain artifacts, rare and valuable technology from before Titan's fall. When you select a ruin, you can choose to extract artifacts instead of salvaging it. But keep in mind, not all ruins contain artifacts. You must survey them first to make sure. Artifacts are very rare, so use them wisely. If you have many artifacts, you can always donate them to the Council. It will earn you quite a bit in points.
I'm curious if the priority will redirect one of the workers. I'm mostly just trying to avoid them from being too idle while I do the tutorial. I know the skip button I don't really have a whole lot at stake if I hit the skip button. Sorry, if I've done something, I can always just hit the skip button. But I'm sort of trying to follow the tutorial as if I was doing it the first time. Now, in terms of overall decisions, while this guy is working on the artifacts, this is probably more tempting to take down for its resources. One red artifact isn't the end of the world.
Founder. I am Einar Peer, your council representative. There are currently 9 council members on Titan. Each of us sponsors and oversees different corporations on this moon. I am your sponsor. Your city permit and council funding are thanks to me. I hope you will return.
I'm curious
my
why these are
favor with
flashing
my
on the
profits.
left-hand side.
And remember, everything the council has given you can easily be taken away.
I thought it was rain for a second, but clearly not.
Founder, the council has granted you a headquarters facility. Enter your headquarters by selecting it in your city view. I suggest
Hey,
you
Patchy,
build
perfect.
some devices inside of your headquarters.
Sorry, I wasn't
The city needs a few essential devices to operate smoothly.
wasn't trying to be like, oh my god, what's going wrong with this game?
Founder, this headquarters is the best place to build the devices that will keep your city running. The first devices you need are storage containers to hold your minerals and isotopes. Build a storage container here in your headquarters. If you need more room, you can also build one inside a factory.
Yeah, what weirded me out a little bit was the fact that it seems to be on sort of like the left-hand side, whereas the right-hand side aren't affected. And I was wondering, it's just one of these things where I'm like, why does it do that? Oh no, looks like I've now established equality. Anyways, I'm not gonna freak out. It's quite the outfit, or lack of an outfit, that Relax has. Well, yeah, sorry, Relax. Relax has. But they're a good worker, so we let them have a little more freedom with. Let them have a little more freedom with the dress code. Hey, no problem at all, Patchy. Perfect. I should say, if you, I always feel a little, uncertain in terms of it. If you'd like to identify yourself in terms of a name that I can associate with the credits, feel free. But I also know it's sometimes nice to just watch and just to enjoy stuff. So clearly you're associated with the game. But thank you very much for working on such an enjoyable game, because one of the reasons why... I mean, my nature is to be meticulous on this sort of stuff. But if the game wasn't worth it, I absolutely would not be taking the time with it. So I would suggest that probably the time that I'm spending on it is as much of a reflection of the care and the effort that's gone into the underlying product. All right, Founder, the Council is granting you communication access to your advisors now. You can contact your advisors for direction when needed. You will find their contact information in the top right corner of your screen. I highly recommend that you lean on them when needed. They are all experts in their fields, after all. All right. I don't really think we need Alexa Carrick yet. Well, no, let's have a chat anyway. Oh! Hello, Alexa. Actually, I seem to remember when I was watching one of the Titan Tuesday streams, I think you talked about how you always buy the fuel turbine first. And I took that as a tremendous vindication of my own play decision, which is I don't think I've ever done anything but buy the fuel turbine first as soon as I knew of its existence. So in particular, you provided me like the one moment of I'm right feeling that I got from it. So Alexa will also be telling you all about your military options. Pronounced win. Great to see you. Thank you very much for stopping by. Okay, yeah. So I should probably stop yammering and play a little bit more, so I can help you identify this this bug. Alexa will yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Alexa will be telling me about the the military options, and I promptly closed the comms like an idiot. All right. You have completed all the Landfaller basic training for now, Founder, but if you wish to further curry the Council's favor, there are rebel encampments we would like you to remove. Don't forget to contact advisors if you need them. You can also find handy tooltips and all of Titan's objects and buttons compiled by our archivists. That is all. Don't disappoint us. Okay.
Founder, I was wondering when you'd arrive. We got a lot of work to do. I'm Alexa Carrick, your military advisor. Around here, they call me the Admiral. I manage your ships, armaments, and military personnel. Plain language, that means I make sure that rebels and our competitors don't kill us. I've worked with a lot of startup cities here on Titan, so don't worry. I've seen it all. Landfaller cities come and go like the rain. For now, keep your eyes open and your mind sharp. If we want to survive on this poisonous rock, we'll have to work hard.
Well, if I don't buy... Okay, you know what? We're getting that fuel turbine right away. Because why wouldn't you with this? In fact, while I'm at it, this is probably not a great use of my influence, but we'll dig that out as well so I can double things up. Although probably upgrading the headquarters will give me what I need there. Okay, let's talk with more...
Hey, Founder! Thrilled to finally meet you. I'm Ayana Oak, your power systems engineer. I'll be managing your city's power systems. That means fuel, energy production, energy storage, all that great stuff. It's my passion, honestly. Since I was a kid, I've wanted nothing more than to slam the contact switch on a giga battery and see the sky light up. And after years of school and grad school and VR training programs and dropping out of VR training programs, I'm finally here. We'll do great stuff together, Founder. Trust me. My career is on the line, and you can count on me to take that seriously.
As an aside, so all of the voice acting in this is wonderful, but I think probably the enthusiasm for Ayana Oak is probably the first one where I was like, boy, this game's got some really good voice acting. I don't know. I really like the enthusiasm that they have for power. This is probably because obviously, you know, saying the type of work that I do is not the sort of thing that inspires people to be really excited, but I get really excited by econ. So I think probably that's just me, you know, recognizing a fellow nerd. Founder, I see that you're making use of your storage containers, a very wise move indeed. You may not know this, but you can specify which resources will be held within each container. Select a container and find the filters options. This will give you greater control over how you store your resources. Nerds stand together, indeed. As they say, organization is the key to success, Founder, and we all expect you to succeed.
Founder, it seems that you successfully constructed an energy system to serve your city.
Did I?
However, your future population
news to me.
also needs to be stored adequately. I suggest you construct habitat pods inside your headquarters. You can set these pods up next to your factory equipment. Don't worry, your citizens won't mind.
I am eventually going to mess around with these resources here, but I should probably get things up and running. And I wanted to sort of follow the tutorial, but I don't think they're going to give me the checklist anymore, so I can start putting some things in. Hey, Night Valian, good to see you again. How you doing tonight? Vern's another character I really like.
Founder? Right. They told me you'd be checking in soon. I'm Vern Skull, your waste management officer. I think that title is pretty reductive, but yeah, I'm the one who moves the waste around. You make the trash, I move the
This is a nice
trash.
touch.
You dump the trash, I burn the trash. It's a beautiful partnership. And boy, you do have a lot of trash piling up around your city, don't you? No worries yet, though. We'll handle it later.
Of course, me handling it later is one of the biggest problems that I ran into last time.
Greetings, Founder. So glad to finally meet you. I'm Lyle Visk, your head of human assets. Everyone here in the human assets office has just been aching to get on a conference call with you. Our philosophy? Eliminate cost centers and build human efficiency. We transform people from a human resource into a monetary resource.
Erlen Fletch.
Space station operations. Are you the replacement? Oh, never mind. You're the new founder, right? I'm Erland Fletch, your local spaceport operator. But you can call me Fletch. Have you been up here? No? The space station is, well, it's right above you. Council operation, low-level orbit. Every few cycles, the Council arranges for a new set of trade ships to dock up here. They're carrying cargo and migrants, ready to head down to spaceports all over Titan's surface. You can find the spaceport in your city view. Hope you last longer than the last founder the Council sponsored. Seriously, it's rough out here.
So for those of you who are first coming to the game, I'm sort of following some usual patterns that I've built inside of into the game so far, which is in the previous patch, I really sort of got bit by the fact that the cost for your employees is that's a pretty meaningful. It's something that you really need to deal with. Now, I've usually wound up building this anyway, but basically this is sort of the usual starting region that I work with. I build a large generator because I want to generate as much energy as possible. It's got a fuel cost of 3, so the fuel fabricator will generate up to 5. There is the drawback that if you don't have Zethane in the air, which is something that's modeled inside of the game, you're not necessarily going to be operating at peak efficiency, but I'm not too worried about that because we'll build a fuel turbine over here eventually. So essentially what I'm doing here is just kind of building the basic steps for my empire. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick a bunch of batteries and fuel storage eventually to sort of run with it. Also, sorry to do this late, but Night Valian is now on. Actually, did you finish Yakuza 4 last night, or are you on the verge of finishing it? One way or the other, Night Valian is a streamer that I found through not Brace Yourself, Kid Fox Games, Lucifer Within Us, which is I think a very good game. It's a short game, but one that was probably unfairly criticized for its length, because I still think it's a very good game. But anyways, I found Night Valian through that, and then I kept watching him for all of the other things that he plays, and he's just kept being very enjoyable and a nice friendly face to have in the stream. So if you are looking for somebody to watch outside of my hours, because I know a few of you come in at the end and wish that I could stream longer. I can definitely tell you that Night Valiant is somebody who I enjoy watching when I can, and I'm sure you will as well. Yakuza February is done. Now on to something. Oh, are you ready to tell us what you're streaming, or is that later? And why isn't that something Industries of Titan, Night Valiant? All right, so I do know at some point I need to build a factory and do all my other tasks. Did we? Oh nope, we still have. Hey Founder, I'm Sola Irala, your one and only Chief Logistics Officer. You can call me if you want something or someone to go from point A to B. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've seen and moved it all. Vats of blood, live octopus, bodies of an 8-foot statue of Einar Pyr herself once. Just give me some time to rig a vehicle together, and I'll get it moving. By the way, I believe you get negative influence if you build an 8-foot statue of Einar Pyr out of the live octopuses, but I will wait for the achievements to confirm or deny that rumor. All right, what do I want to do? Sorry for all the pausing, but right now I'm just trying to get my low-hanging fruit as far as resources are concerned. I do tend to like taking these little ruins here, which don't have the that don't have any red artifacts inside of them, because unless they just purely generate waste, I tend to find that it's worth it to just buzz them down and get the cheap resources ahead of time. How's the statue bad? Octopus have ones. All right. How are we doing on our battery? All right. So one drawback I do tend to run into is I don't store enough fuel, but I do have an extra energy spot. So we're going to attach another battery in there. And now my decision's got to be, do I want to upgrade my headquarters, or do I want to expand out a factory? First of all, can I store any more waste? Yes, I can. So I think let's get my factory down. It's neat that they're showing, maybe I just missed it the whole time, but it's neat that they're showing the entryways. Oh, interesting. You have to buy an energy pylon. I don't know if that was always the case.
Founder! We're on the road to fuel independence! Soon, we'll have more than we need, so we need fuel tanks. It's toxic, it's flammable. If we don't have a safe place to put excess fuel, we have to throw it out. Let's build some fuel tanks to store our excess fuel. Then we can build up a reserve. If our fabricators ever go offline, we can tap the reserve to power our city.
I might wind up... Well, no, that's fine. I've still got sort of my my standard. I still have my standard factory design. I'm gonna get up for just a sec. Actually, I can't quite reach it myself. I'm not gonna pause the game or anything, but I actually have a collected works of Plato nearby, and I think I'm gonna start naming my buildings. I can give you a few. I just don't know if I'm going to have enough. I don't know if I could remember enough dialogues to be able to name everything appropriately. All right. So normally I like upgrading these things immediately just to get past the downtime. But for now, let's focus on. So what's one of the first things that I want to worry about? For me, being able to pay my employees. So currently we pay 480. It will tell me I'm losing 480 every turn. And so I want to get, I want to at least get to a point where I'm able to afford my existing workers. So I'll get to work on that right away. Let's hear what my advisors have to say otherwise. Hey, Founder, those fuel tanks are pretty important. You want to make sure that you're building up a reserve in case you need it later. All right. That's interesting, actually. So it said sinkholes and crevices. Sorry, I'm going to make a note of Plato is now covering my my notepad. So it's telling me sinkholes and crevices. Okay. I should probably claim an isotope patch before too much longer, but I am also a little bothered by the fact that I've got idle workers. So, I need 7 isotopes to upgrade my headquarters. I can do this right away. That's going to cost 9 though. So, the question is, do I think it's worth it, or should I try and build these factories first? At some point I'm going to need to figure out how the new factory buildings work. I should probably just take a look into costs there. How many isotopes will this give me? 3. No, I think I'm going to save my my influence to get a to grab an isotopes patch. Especially no, actually if I'm building a fuel turbine in these areas, that's not going to work for me. Speaking of, what's it going to cost me? 2 isotopes. Oh my god, but 200 minerals. Okay. That's going to take a bit of effort. Alright. My beloved factory is in place, and I believe we can rename this. Oops, sorry. That's what the pen is for. So let's call this Lackey's Hovel. Think I could fit 2 of these things in? I used to have this down. No, right. It's one of these and then 2 monetization stations. C. McLaugh, thank you very much for the subscription. How you doing? And the week is treating me well. The week's treating me particularly well because we have more Industries of Titan to play. And then I need to get a replacement in here. And then, let's not take the council hall, but I do need to open up the spaceport, otherwise I'm not going to be able to bring people in. And we're 3 influence away from being able to make to start an isotope patch, so we should be okay. I believe my usual outline was something like an industrial outlet here, and then I would have this. I think there would be like a whole string of habitat pods. And then monetization stations on the other side. I don't think I have the resources to quite be able to afford all of that. Well, I've got 54. So I am going to pause for a second here. I'm just going to rough out the details. I seem to remember there was a little more symmetry the last time I did this, but... So I'm not actually going to keep all this stuff placed. I'm just trying to make sure that I have the relays in the right spots. Okay, so we're two. How do I count this properly? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. And then we've got, not counting this one, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $11, 14. I'm 1 short. All right. If I am 1 short, I will find a way of dealing with that. But I'm reasonably happy with how this all looks. So it is important to me to keep the relays in place. It is important to me to keep the relays in place because I really have a bad habit of tripping over myself when it comes to these details. So I'm just gonna verify that the positioning works out. I mean, it is kind of fun to see me get out of the mistakes I build for myself, but it's a cancel hotkey. No, it doesn't have one. Or at least it doesn't say one. There's probably some redundancies in the coverage, but I can live with that. And then basically I'm going to put fuel storage near the relays. That way the energy expert can stop writing me about it. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3. I'll build another batch because I can. The only remaining question is, do I have... No, I don't have reach for the existing outlet. So that should give us a reasonable but slightly wasteful start so far as just building redundant relays are concerned, but they cost 2 minerals each, so that's not going to be the end of the world. We can't build the fuel storage on these pylons because they'll be blocking the entry to the monetization stations. All right, we need 36. Oh wow, you guys. Was it always this expensive? I feel like this has been designed to specifically stop me from doing my early upgrades. Waste is fine; you can just burn at 0 consequence. Yeah, but I need to spend on my burnination. Okay, so I can't afford it, and honestly, I don't mind waste, but 5 waste for one mineral is a little. That's a little egregious even by my standards. All right, so let's take a minute here. I think my people are reasonably occupied. The important thing for me to remember is that a lot of this is just about me maintaining, being able to make maybe not maintain, but being able to make a small profit as early as possible, at least cover my work costs. But I do need to get to a point where I'm actually able to sort of build everything. I need to be able to generate a lot of minerals, and more importantly, I'm going to need to figure out how these refined resources work. So what do we have here? It's 1 construction unit, 5 construction units, 25. Oh, I think I get it now. So the idea here is that when I take a look at... So I think the idea here is that when I want to build a fuel turbine... Well, no, it says minerals 1. So I was wondering if it's like if I have mineral units 1 and they want 200 of them, if it says that there's 25 construction units in minerals 3, it's like, is it the case that I really only need 8 of those on Minerals 1. So here's the question I'll ask. Is there an example of something that requires higher level of minerals? Oh, wait a minute. I can test that hypothesis by... Nope, my first assumption was correct. So if... neat. Okay, I get how this works. I think Pronounced Win was saying that this is something that that messed around with people the first time that they saw it. This is an interesting way of handling it. So there's a lot of games where... I'm trying to remember, it was Stellaris when they went from their mineral system where like everything was made with minerals, and the dominant strategy was you would... the dominant strategy was you just always prioritize on minerals, because in the end you'd build everything from like seats to battle cruisers with the same resource. And so they introduced the idea of basic resources and refined resources. In this one, essentially the higher tiers of minerals are giving you more efficient use of your space. So I guess it's a little like, you can ask the question, why do we use oil? Well, you know, it sucks, but as it happens, there's a whole lot of energy that comes out of this really compact little thing, right? Otherwise, you know, why would you use such a big polluting, awful, substance? So, okay, I'm totally getting it now. So everything, basically, because I do not want to generate inhuman amount, or because I don't want to task myself with getting inhuman amounts of minerals and isotopes and such, I want to basically be able to get these nice little compact and more effective mineral units. Cool. All right. This makes a lot of sense, and I want to build these as quickly as possible. Although money is not bad because it'll give me access to new buildings and such. So we've got level 1 processor, that'll take 1 energy. I'm going to just assume that energy is an unlimited supply, because I usually tend to do enough things to generate that over time. Level 2 processor goes from tier 2 to tier 3. Accepts minerals for refining. Outputs refined resources from a processor. Okay. I think we'll probably dedicate a floor of the factory to this. I don't mind making my cubicle farms here, and then I'll do an experiment. I'll do an experimental floor where we mess around with upgrading. It was funny. I was thinking to myself, it's like, okay, well, I could probably handle the resource production later, but given the fact that I want to build these like standalone buildings to get this stuff done, that actually gives me a really good reason to start playing around with the factory right away. Okay, what do I want to do in the meantime? We have already exhausted this plot, so now it would not be a bad time for me to pick up some more minerals here. My plans on getting a fuel turbine built have sort of been scuttled by my dragging my feet on the factory. Yeah, it looks like I have a few meaningful decisions to make, so I need to use my influence to buzz down some of these ruins for their resources, or I need to get a minerals patch. It's going to cost me 24 to upgrade the... Alright, so isotopes are definitely a high priority, and having 1 worker on it is not enough. So I think I'm going to save up the 20. I'm not going to bother getting the minerals. I'm going to buzz down the ruins. It's slightly cheaper for me to upgrade the headquarters. But the good news is, so how are we doing for energy? We are tapped out already. Okay. So I think the answer's got to be I upgrade the headquarters first so that I can generate more energy. Oh, but I'm stuck because of the fuel. Tricky. Okay. And I've got tons of idle workers. So we get 6 isotopes here. Oh, this was a 10. Okay. 5 isotopes. How far away are we from upgrading this thing? Not even close. 2,000. Do I want to unlock the council? I can get myself that influence by selling them some of the red artifacts, and then I make it up by claiming them. I've already kind of put myself into a corner here. Because I want, like, everything for every reason. Well, this will help me out with the money, at least. All right, well, clearly I'm not going to be... If I'm already at the edge of my energy, clearly I'm not going to be going anywhere until I start generating more power. So I think probably upgrading the headquarters is the first and most natural move. So I think my short-term goal here is going to be upgrade the headquarters, generate as much energy as I can. I might even just make it so that I'm doing like a mini version of the generator, and then we move on to and then I sort of destroy it in favor of building a replacement. I don't have a good answer for where I'm going to get all the isotopes from, but I think the passage of time is going to give me what I need as far as the influence is concerned. And more importantly, we should be making friends with our advisors. So let's see what our power systems engineer has to say about things now that I've built some fuel storage. Hey Founder, fun fact, xanthane, that weird gas that you're making fuel out of, it comes from sinkholes and crevices. There's way more pouring out of sinkholes than crevices, but there's a lot more crevices for whatever reason. The xanthane eventually spreads out, but it's way slower than just putting your fabricators near a xanthane source. Oh hey, Founder, did I tell you about the transmutation and fabrication efficiency factor? We call it the TFEF for short. Catchy, right? Basically, fuel fabricators convert more fuel per minute in areas where xanthane is rich. The lower the level of xanthane gets, the less fuel you generate. If it has to do with the way the rods inside the fabricators react to the density of xanthane in the air. And actually, I just remembered, I'm the only one who cares about this stuff. All right, so it looks like we're back to the... Okay, so it's not going to let us talk to them again. I'm not sure if that's intended or not, but... Founder, are you aware of the resource sorting options available? Any storage container or storage facility can be set to filter for a specific resource. Select your container or facility, select filters, and then simply pick which resources you wish to have stored there. So we heard that before. I'm actually quite happy with the way that we're storing things, so I'll just see if I can dislodge that particular recommendation. Founder, are you aware of the resource? Okay, I am very aware of them. Thank you, Ciaro. Okay, I've got 13 to play with. I don't really need minerals right now. I do need 5 isotopes, which I believe we can get from... Where the devil are you? 4! Urgh! 3! Did I already take my... Oh, 6, there we go. So... I really gotta find something to do with these idle workers, though. They're a big cost. Although I think we're up to... Yeah, we're at least balancing out the expenses. And I do need to make a decision as to whether or not I want to unlock the council or not. Okay, let me just take a second here and think, what do I gain from buying any of these buildings? Probably the biggest one that I would benefit from... So there's the defense turret. I need to make sure I have one of those before the rebels come, especially given that I connected my headquarters. Although, if I don't have a turret, like if I don't have any means of defense, burrowing just delays the inevitable. You know, smokestack will eventually help me out with the waste, but I'm pretty sure we can just afford to leave that on the ground for the next little while. So I can buy isotopes, but I don't think that's the best use of my influence right now. Where was my... There we go. So the thing is, I'm going to be kind of just slumping over the finish line. I gotta wait until the work hour is done before I upgrade the headquarters. I'm gonna just kind of be limping over the finish line on upgrading the headquarters, and I'm gonna need 24. That's gonna be a pretty big ask, I think. But again, given the passage of time, we can see what turns out. The power's a pretty... In this case, this is definitely the biggest bite, because there's quite a few things that I can solve with money. Oh. It's just free resources, I might as well take it. Well, not entirely free. I bring 6 waste in, and I don't have a way of getting rid of waste. But yeah, so basically... The situation I'm finding myself in right now is that I want to build this fuel. I want to build this fuel turbine. Fuel turbine's more expensive, so I want to build the refiners. But I can't really build the refiners until I have more factory space. And because I already sort of checked out this factory space for the other stuff that I want to do, and of course it already has its own power requirement, I've sort of... I didn't plan ahead, and so as a result, I sort of have given myself a bunch of really weird constraints, which shouldn't actually be... They shouldn't be something I normally have to worry about, or at least previously I hadn't worried about, but now I need to sort of... live with. So, like, for instance, there was no reason for me to do that big upgrade to that energy pylon, and of course now I'm like, oh, woe is me, you know, I just wasted 24 isotopes on something I didn't really need. Well, you know, had I thought things through, had I not been lazy and taken a look at the refining options, I probably could have avoided that. But I'll live. I'll save it for the next stream, or not next stream. I'll save it for the next run, in terms of taking those lessons and turning them into a future approach. So eventually we're gonna get we got 6 isotopes on their way. I think we only need the 1 for the headquarters, so we should have that shortly. But I'm also gonna have to wait until 4 for the workday to finish. What I can do while I'm waiting, though, is let's play around a little bit and see what kind of a structure we might put on the... Okay. These things are not small. Okay. I just made a problem for myself, didn't I? That's fine. Well, I clearly have too many minerals. So I'll just switch them off when the time comes. I don't want to get too reckless with the minerals, but we should be... Wait a minute, why are you... This is going to require a little bit of babysitting just to make sure that they don't completely drain my my resources. And I can speed things up, but I just want to see if there's any other opportunities that come up. For instance, we're going to get our influence shortly, and I should have picked which of these ruins I want to exploit first. This is going to be great because of the minerals that it gives me. One thing I am going to be interested in looking at is how the so like one thing that I'm a little bit curious about here, because of the way that I'm currently building everything, is the idea that I'm currently wasting. So like the one idea that I'm thinking of here is that potentially what I'm doing right now is really wasting these level 1 minerals, because if you can turn them into something, if you can turn them into something refined, like if you can ultimately get more value out of them by processing them, then obviously sort of leaving aside the temporal differences, obviously it's going to take time, it's going to take employees to move this thing up. Like, I'm potentially wasting 24 construction units every single time I use one of these minerals to build one of my basic buildings here. That's a really interesting trade-off to deal with, obviously, because, at that point I need to say, well, how much do I want to spend to get my little, my little business up and running, and how much of that do I want to delay for, just the really awe-inspiring construction projects. But again, all of that's kind of contingent on me building some of those new resource generators or refiners, which we should eventually do as soon as it looks like they're focusing on minerals right now. I think there's a way I can handle that in the workers. Yes, okay, so move isotopes is well, somebody's already picked it up, so we're fine. I try not to mess too much with the orders because I tend to I feel like I sometimes cause more problems using that rather than well, not entirely, but I've definitely given people some rather foolish orders in the past that haven't necessarily paid off. Oh wait, they cleared out the they cleared out the minerals, not the isotopes. That's fine. They should be there we go. I am willing to speed up now because I'm waiting on... Okay. So we're on leisure time. We can afford to do the upgrade. Oh, this is interesting. So... Oh, no, it does say no energy, so yeah. They'll dutifully stand waiting for their power to come back on. Good citizens. What else do I want? Let's do some more planning as far as the ruins are concerned. So we've got 3 isotopes here. I'm just considering my quote-unquote free tiles right now. It's 5, 3... Yeah. Not a whole lot available. And then, of course, I can request isotopes. This, to me, is not really worth it right now. I could try and do something like, donate a red artifact in order to get an isotope. Even then, that's a really bad trade-off. But the thing I'm thinking of here is that even in my least appealing options as far as ruins are concerned, I could spend, 20... basically, what I would spend to get 2 isotopes... I would get 3 plus the extra 14 minerals as a result. You just checked and you've got 1.6k system stock. You can use that if you really like those emotes, Mushroom Sis. You can use the system stock to unlock one of the channel emotes for 24 hours, or you also get to make modifications. I'm sorry, I just went out of the... I will get back to the game really quickly. But I will point out that if you put the modification in for sunglasses, it works particularly well with System 1 HMM. That's one of the more expensive ones, so you'd probably be eliminating your channel points that way. But if you are so inclined, I happen to think when they added the sunglasses and I saw how that worked with the Epicurus statue, I was delighted. Again, Eyes of Sin did a really, really good job on those. That or she got very lucky, but you know, I certainly didn't ask for them to be consistent with a feature that Twitch had not yet enabled. So, all right, we'll take the 5 isotopes in anticipation of upgrading the headquarters. Now, the big question here is whether or not I can... You're adding Machiavelli's hand back to his statue. Okay, so this is... Yeah, so I've got my second floor now. For generators, so I can... My best bet, honestly, is probably just to go for the medium. I do have a little bit of runway as far as the fuel storage is concerned, but I really don't want to have to deal with the brownouts. So it's probably better for me just to build a medium generator. Actually, you know what? I've been wanting to figure this out for myself because I tried this once before. And I actually think it wound up working a little bit better for me. But if fuel was no object, right, so I can't do it this way. So we can get 2 large generators down. That generates 18. And then I think we could fit like 4 of these medium ones in. And the last time I did this, I did a really dumb thing as far as making the relay. Right, so we've got 4 of these. Those are 6 each. So that gets me 24. And then there was the relay. Yeah, so if I do something like that, that turns out. Okay, so total fuel cost of 8. Total energy output of 24. We could get 18 and 6. Actually, hang on. Let me just work that out. Sorry, I know this is sometimes tedious, but I'm taking a minute to figure some of this stuff out. So what did I say? We had 24 for 8 fuel. Yeah, so it's the same fuel cost no matter what. Oh yeah, I could have just checked that by looking at the individual generators. It's 3 for each of them. So it's just space that you're worried about. Okay. One thing that's kind of appealing about this design, I should have a George Orwell. Well, there's no statue of George. Well, no sort of stone statue of George Orwell. I think there might be a metal one somewhere. But yeah, so far it's been philosophers. There's actually a couple of people know specifically why System 1 HMM was created, but it's actually been a fun little secret. It's a fun little indicator in terms of some of the background stuff that people know. So I've been keeping it close to my chest in terms of its origins. Okay. I am going to build it this way. This does wind up eating up a lot of my minerals, but the thing that's appealing about this form is that I can afford to turn off these generators. So if I want to, if I want to drain out my fuel reserves, I have the option. Oh, hang on, I messed up though because I don't have an outlet for my frustrations yet. So I've got the power floor. Turn that one off. Again, just a little bit of babysitting happening here while they build some things. Again, this is rather wasteful because I don't necessarily know when I'm going to have that extra fuel. There's very clearly other things that I can be using these resources for, but I'm also fairly confident in my ability to generate more minerals, and I do need to sort of free up some of the space. And what I think I'll do here is I'll build a couple of waste receptacles and some storage containers. Well, maybe let's wait till I get my minerals back up for that. Okay, so we are, I think, 5 away from being able to upgrade the... Okay, we're looking a little bit better at the on the factory front. I also have a feeling that one side effect of this patch is going to be that I'm going to wind up building a lot more factories. I was thinking a little bit about this since the last time I played the game, and I think my tendency is that I viewed, for some reason, I sort of viewed factories as, oh, it's such an inefficient way, you know, I just want dedicated buildings. I want to create this vast metropolis. And there's no reason to think that way, right? Really what I want to do is I want to try and make these numbers go up and up and up and up and get bigger and better constantly. And so, you know, being able to build these factories to be able to get these incremental advantages is something that I want to try and take advantage of over time. Again, we'll see how events shake out. I do want to actually, let's lock in the defense turret just in case, because it's occurred to me that, Jesus, yeah, we need to get some mineral production. Toot sweet. Good news is most of these isotope costs are very reasonable. So it's really the minerals that I want to put the effort into. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. No, but I bet the scale for the... Yeah, okay, yeah, the scale for the isotopes is so much. So I should look at 9 construction units as sort of the top end. All of a sudden, the defense turret looks... I guess it's maybe the shipyard. I'm wondering... It'd be interesting if I could... Maybe I'll sit down with a spreadsheet one day and think a little bit about like the ratios in terms of minerals to isotopes and try and work out the cost of everything. So, Mushroom says, fun thing about The Last Supper painted by Da Vinci. Jesus was painted to look like Da Vinci's boyfriend. No one actually knows what he looked like, if he really existed. Most depictions of him are just... So, wait a minute. If nobody knows what he looked like, how do you know it's Da Vinci's boyfriend? I'm curious now. I've never actually heard that about The Last Supper. Everything I know about Da Vinci has come from Dan Brown. Not really, but I want to pretend it is. Okay, so I've got 20... I got my 20 influence again, so where was the... I think 4 was the best that I had. One thing I'll say for the soundtrack. So the soundtrack is great. It's the one thing everybody comments on whenever whenever this game's being streamed. But I like that the game sort of has the confidence to turn it off. It makes me appreciate it that much more when it kicks in. Also, when I'm talking about ratios for things, I've been spending so much time looking at sort of the quote-unquote free resources that I'm getting that I've been totally ignoring these fairly good deposits. Well, relatively good deposits. The minerals aren't all that. But like this sort of stuff is like a prime candidate. So like a total of 10 resources or 2 red artifacts. Like this is a prime candidate for getting taken down. I think given the number of workers that wind up standing still, I probably should take my next 20 influence and get a minerals patch. Oh god. They just got the last of the isotopes. We can get more patches, but it takes us a while to get those. Okay, so I think I know how to handle this. So first thing I got to do is get my refining operations in order. Following that, so once my refining operations are in place, I can build that turbine. Once I build that turbine, we can turn on the rest of the power, we can start bringing more workers in, and then I think we get the ball rolling. But yeah, layer 2 of Lackey's Hovel, which I guess doesn't really apply anymore because it's not dedicated to living spaces anymore. But that's fine. It's, you know, we'll just actually what we're gonna do. I love the design of this building. This is not intentional, but what we're gonna probably wind up doing is there's gonna be like a living working space on layer 1. In the middle, there's going to be a noisy factory. And then in number 3, there's probably going to be like the living and the working spaces again. So it's designed for the maximum interruption to your working and leisure. Just those nice little touches that we make here at Plato Solutions. Okay. I might be a little short on mineral. I'm definitely short on minerals for a level 2. And I think I should probably pause for a minute just to think about how I want to handle this. So we'll start with a level 1 processor. Now this does... Oh, hang on. We don't start with a processor. We start with mineral input module. So I'll put this thing in the middle. So then this thing gets processed. And presumably I can just attach this wherever I want, but if I make this a nice big long snake, and then I'm out of resources already. So, what I'm trying to think about the waste part, because they say if I don't clean out the waste in time, there's going to be consequences. And that's going to mess with the... I also suspect that's exactly why they were built that way. Because like the way it looks like... what it looks like right now is that I can just do this nice long snake, which is fine. But it creates this... having this interruption in the form of the waste module creates... Oh, actually, you know what? I can probably do parallel processing. I don't think that's quite what... This will be it. Okay. But it looks like it really wants me to plug in on that end. So... let's... I'm going to let time run by. Let's get maybe a mineral patch. I feel like there was one that was really good for minerals kicking around somewhere. Like, wasn't there one with 50 kicking around somewhere? Alright, well, you know what? It doesn't have to be perfect each time, so let's do a mineral input. I'm going to worry about the power sort of on the side here, because once I have an idea in terms of the overall structure, then I'm going to be able to place the relays accordingly. So it's going to want... so we've got mineral inputs. We want to process them. So I suppose one option I have might be to do a little something like this. I don't know if it really matters. And then presumably I could put down a relay which will cover these energy needs. I don't have an outlet yet, but we'll work on that. And then I guess the output would go right here. And then, of course, my real hope would be we take a mineral. Of course, I guess if I'm going to be emptying this thing out, I need to have like an empty column running along this line. Okay, this is starting to. I think this is starting to come together. So the industrial outlet throws me for a loop. Especially because it's going to cut off... Well, no, actually, this is fine, because I just need to be able to give them access up to this side. Everything else in the middle here, I can be a little more reckless with. Oh, but I gotta... So let's make... That's already building. Okay, I think we're going somewhere, getting somewhere with this. Employee module. Oh, workstation for an employee to crew the processor. Multiple employee modules improves processing speed. Aha! Alright, I should have... Ah, crumbs. Alright. So they won't let me do that. Probably because it's close. Oh no, hang on. Aha! Okay, no, I'm getting this now. So I'm wondering what happens if I just string a bunch of employee modules along like this. Can I get away with one more employee module? No. So now I'm wondering... So if we added another 2, so this thing's currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I gotta think about how you'd maximize the number of employee modules you get on these behemoths. Yeah, no problem, Mushroom Sis. It was great having you in as always, and I congratulate you on your unexpected win on Breath of the Wild. Oh, sorry, I missed your earlier message. You went to a Church of England primary school. Christianity was hammered into you from a young age, which means you know almost all the stories and stuff like that. You have nothing against Christianity. You just like that you had no choice. Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose the important thing about belief is that it's your beliefs or your lack of belief if you decide to go the other way around. So it sounds like you're able to make that decision for yourself. I'm wondering if I've caused, because I'm plugging into the no connected output module. Isn't this the connected output module, though? Saga Newspaper, thank you very much for the follow. Okay, let me see what went wrong here. So it says you don't have an employee module. I want to see what happens when we get the output. I don't mind ripping this stuff up and seeing how the rest of it works. But once everything gets turned on, then we should be able to see whether or not these are real problems or not. Okay, so you don't think that you have an employee module. None of them think that they have a connected employee module. Fascinating. Okay, so let's see what the game has to say about this. So we've got level 1 processor refines minerals or isotopes into tier 1. We can probably, presumably it can tell me, I can tell it what to assign, accepts minerals. Yeah. I don't know if it actually, oh no, I said mineral input module. Mineral input accepts minerals for refining through a processor. Refines tier 1 minerals or isotopes into tier 2. Outputs refined resources from a processor, so we're still good there. Workstation for an employee to crew the processor. Multiple employee modules improves the processing speed. My guess is here that it actually needs to be connected directly to the processor, which I don't mind doing. It's going to involve a little bit more effort in terms of sort of ripping everything out, but I think we can make this work still. So I think the idea here is that I think it needs to be connected directly to the so a workstation for the employee, for an employee, I think it's supposed to say to crew the processor. Multiple employee modules improves the processing speed. So I think they have to directly connect to the processor, and anything else will be redundant. That's also good to know, though, because that's going to help me work out the best outline for everything. I also suspect this is probably the stuff. I mean, it's taken me like 2 hours to finally get to the business of building the processor and all of that. So to the people who've been watching the stream to see how I react to the process of building the processors, I apologize for taking so long, but you've probably got the natural reactions from this. What are all my workers up to now? Oh, they're moving. Of course, they're just going to be moving stuff. Well, that's fine, because I can give them a new sense of urgency. So with that in mind, it all counts as number 1, huh? Oh, did this get fixed? No, it did not. Sorry. I'll fix that in just a sec. The game should be back in just a second. There we go. Alright, so let's try our processor version 2.0. Although, while I'm at it, let's also... I'm going to get myself some real estate, because I have a feeling I'm going to spend a little while thinking about these things, and we're doing okay for minerals so far. Okay, so, let's say we take a processor. So all of a sudden, this design makes a little more sense. I do still want to get rid of my waste, though, so... Before I go too crazy, let's see what we can do about employee modules. Oh, that's interesting. So it really looks like I can only attach one to this. Well, like in this current configuration. Okay. Did I leave myself enough room for a... not really, so... Ah, nuts. Okay. Gotta remember I gotta have an outlet in place. I will admit, it's actually quite fun to try and figure out where I want to put everything for the first time. I'm not 100% clear if this is touching the... I don't think this is touching the... Well, I'm sure there's probably a more efficient way I can do that, but what it does let me do is fill these spots with a few little extra toys. So I think at this point we're focusing on the minimum viable product. We'll get the first assembly line in place, and then we'll worry about sort of coming up with the best overall design. So as long as this thing starts exporting or outputting to tier 2 minerals, I think I'm going to be happy. And then I can spend some time thinking about what my favorite factory design is. Okay, so it looks like they're only complaining about not having enough energy, which is going to be sorted out momentarily. So my level, I'm actually quite close to a level 2 processor, which is intriguing. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of practice while they're working on this. So I'm going to put down this level 1 processor. I'm going to pause it so that people don't actually build it. And now I want to see what I can do with employee modules. So as far as I can tell, along this side, there's not a whole lot that I can do. Like, I can put it here, but I'm not going to be able to plug it into the mod. I guess maybe I can get, like, an additional processor and line them all up with each other? Oh, man. I don't know if I have the resources to experiment with that right now, but I actually think I'm going to try that at some point. All right. This looks good. I wonder if it gives me any reports in terms of its overall efficiency. I think there's definitely an argument. Nope, don't you dare waste those resources. Go ahead, pick it up. Pick it up. So there's a really obvious thing that I want to put beside this machine, and that will be a storage container dedicated to minerals. One thing that's occurred to me, I guess it doesn't matter all that much, but it'd be kind of interesting if you could assign a certain type of storage to a storage container, like when you first make it. So that's already going in there. For the most part, like, it's never really been all that big of a problem that I wind up with something that I don't want inside of these, but I don't know. Maybe I need to think that through a little bit. Okay, so it's disintegrated 1, it's processing, and then it's producing a number 2. So as far as I can tell, this is just turning... This is turning, like, one resource into many. I'd love if I can get some kind of a registration. I probably should have followed that worker that was moving it. But in theory, the number should go up really high all of a sudden. We've also earned enough to be able to claim another patch. What am I doing here? There's nothing for me to do. All right, yeah, so we're definitely, right now we're being constrained by the fact that we're not feeding this thing enough mineral resources, but that should probably get fixed pretty soon. I wonder if there's a way to prioritize the delivery of resources to these. Like, so obviously I would want to have a big full storage container over here, over filling up my other storage container. Although one way I can indirectly force that is to have the one back at the mothership. Okay, yeah, so it says I've got 2 tier 2 minerals, so I'm gonna go on the assumption that this is basically making something out of nothing. Oh, actually, this is even more interesting. So if I switch this to tier 2 stuff, I need to make sure that I have enough of the tier 2 to be able to make all this. Huh. So you can't just pick, like, you can't just sort of take an ideal, or sorry, you can't just sort of combine it together of different parts. This is really neat. I'm definitely, this is going to give me a lot to think about in terms of how I build my factories. This is a fun way of handling this. Okay, so I'm going to go back to experimenting with my processors. So I guess the question would be, does it really make any sense for me to have more than one processor? And I suppose what it comes down to is what the benefits of having additional employee modules on it are. I suppose if space were no consideration, you'd do something like this. So you got 2 employees working the processor. You'd have an input module here. I don't think there's any way you can game numbers. Well, is there? Knowing what I know now, would I take an employee and maybe just stick them on this way instead? Because I know that there's going to be an input. Problem I think I have with this is that I don't really have any place for the waste. So I mean, I suppose theoretically I could make the most efficient one by just like screaming through a bunch of processors here. It's really interesting that we've got people dedicated to filling this up, but we don't have anybody dedicated to actually feeding the machine. Okay. I'm going to have to intervene on my employees fairly soon, I think. I also have been ignoring the ship. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked a bunch of times. So if I ignore waste, then oh crap. Got a little too focused on playing. Alright, so yeah, I guess the big question that this comes down to me is, is there any sense to me building these things skinny? Or alternatively, is there any sense to building them wide? And let's consider the relative merits. We got a processor here, we do output along this line, along these lines. So the real question now becomes about the employee modules. So I think one virtue of this design would be... feel like there should be a way that the waste I keep forgetting there's 3 different ways you can attach a waste module. So if we did something like an employee module over here, remembering to pause. Probably work out the output first. Okay, that still works. I mean, it's a little... it's a little funny here, right? Because of how jumbled it all looks. But this is probably where I would be fitting in all of the extra... Oh god, what's being built? Stop! This is probably the point where I would be figuring out where I want to put like the relays and stuff. Well, let's work that out now then. So if I want to make this like a nice block, we've got space here. Trying to work out if there's any benefit to putting the employee... First of all, I should actually work out whether or not putting the employee... Okay, I'll do this here because there doesn't actually seem to be any penalty for me doing this. So what I'm trying to find out here is whether or not it actually needs to be attached to the processor or if having it attached. I believe this should tell me it's not actually attached to a processor and so it won't take. But we'll see. Also, the nice thing is the more time that I let pass by in this way, the more resources I wind up generating. So overall, I feel reasonably safe. Although with that in mind, let's take a minute and see. Still need... That's a lot. Yeah, I really need to get those level 3s up. Anyways, I should keep experimenting. So if I put it here, let's see what the consequences are. As always, pausing. Right, so it doesn't think it's connected to anything. And the waste module's now spitting out garbage. Because nobody bothered to clean it. Oh, of course they didn't clean it because I don't have any waste management. Where are they gonna empty it? All right, man. I've just created a huge liability for myself. So let's figure out the rest of the details here. Okay. I don't have an ideal module yet. I might actually do some of that experimentation on my own, but let's try and figure out how we're going to get this thing into a level 2. Oh, First of all, let's make sure this is tier 1 that we're building this stuff with. Oh, this will be interesting. So what does it look like when it's tier 2? Okay, so this winds up... Oh no, but it's 5. So is there anything less than 5? Yeah. So if I say tier 2, so you can actually wind up wasting minerals too in this new new method. This is a really neat way of handling the inputs. Okay, so I just want to see if I can chain this all together properly. So we'll set you up with tier 2 for the processor. And I think I want to do the same thing that I did last time, which is to connect the sort of the waste module and such. Damn it. I am going to have to remember to... This is going to be the thing that traps me the most, is switching between the different tiers. At some point I'm going to need to... yeah, well, we know that. Okay, now employee modules, I think I'm going to be able to have more people working on this overall. So if I attach, let's say, one over here, remember, lies. Obviously, I've given up on trying to... Oh yeah, because then I can build a little, another little storage area. Okay, so we put a... It'd be nice if I could have put a... Yeah, I can't quite make... Well, I guess I could try a large relay, right? No, because then there's not going to be enough room for the output. So we're going to go back to the old-fashioned way of handling relays. Yeah, there's going to be some weirdness in terms of the way that this is all set up, but the one thing I'm a little bit worried about, because I've got 2 employees attached to this thing, I think it's going to wind up constrained by the speed of this processor. But again, I'm kind of experimenting here, so we'll see how this works. What I probably should do next is work out a... I should probably work out an isotopes version of this. And then just try and make do with the rest of the storage space. I'm probably going to be running into energy problems soon. And then I figure I can put batteries or fuel. What have we got for storage? So 1.8K, yeah, so this should definitely be fuel storage. Yeah, except I actually have to build the thing behind it if I want to entomb it. We'd like to combine mineral... Oh, so you mean like the idea of like... so being able to say that, you know, I take... I'm like using one block of tier 2 and then, you know, making change with tier 1 is the idea. Sorry, I've got completely absorbed in the game and have been ignoring chat, so sorry about that, guys. Lepus Caillou, hi mate, how you doing? Just finishing work at 3 a.m. as usual, so coming to say hi. Good to see you as always. We've got the new Industrial Revolution patch for Industries of Titan now. I think I'm going to turn this off for now because not everything has been built yet. I'm having a good time with it. I actually was a little late in trying out some of the new toys. So I'm sort of resolving the issues that I set up for myself. But it's been fun. Like it's neat to burn your hand on. Okay, in a game, it's fun to burn your hand on the stove and learn how stuff works. I suppose I'm a bit lucky in that the rebels have decided not to pay us a visit yet, so they're giving me a nice bit of lead for for the disasters. I will accept all tiers of minerals here, let's say. And yes, so the thing that's going to crack this wide open is going to be my ability to build the... Oh, come on. It's the ability to build fuel tanks. Oh, sorry, the fuel... you know what I mean. Build the fuel turbine. So that's going to cost me in tier 3. So my goal here is to build 8. And the idea is going to be that I need to build the 8 before I run out of batteries. And looks like we are actually ready to go. So I'm going to make this a tier 3 only. I wonder if there's a hotkey where you can just select one. Now that the number has grown up, it'd be neat if there's a hotkey where it's like select all but. Okay, so we'll turn everything back on. Like I said, I think the flaw in this particular design is that there's a bottleneck as far as the employee. Like, so we've got one worker working on tier 1 to tier 2. We've got 2 workers on tier 2 to tier 3, but this thing is only ever going to be producing based off of the outputs of this processor. Which makes me think that this is always going to be wasting employees. But we'll see how it goes. What interests me the most... Okay, so this thing is... Yeah, so this thing is running. Again, the idea is that we want to see whether or not we can produce 8 of these high-tier minerals before we run out of power. And the biggest one I'm thinking about is how are we going to make it so that people actually feed this thing on time? Because right now this has just been sitting idle, which of course means that this thing's going to be sitting idle. So at the moment now, it's not even a question of our machines being inefficient. It's actually our workforce being inefficient. So we can change that automatically. So we'll say... of one dedicated fuel mineral input worker for sure. Actually, we'll do. So I think in this case it makes sense to have dedicated workers for each of these roles. We've also got 12 workers, so we can sort of afford it. I do at some point need to think about how I'm going to be getting. Oh, that's interesting. So we've got a dedicated person for moving... Yeah, I was like, I've got idle workers, but this thing still isn't cleared out. Kind of want to see it. So at the moment now I'm not building the isotope version of this thing because I'm already draining my batteries. I don't want to put any more strain than I've already got. But we do have... So it seems like chaining it all together doesn't actually do anything. It seems like there has to be someone to actually take the output and move it into the next... into the next spot. So it seems here like the weaknesses in the supply chain are the ability of my workers to move all this. What are you guys thinking? Okay, so he's picked it up. Okay, so I'm generating all these tier 2 blocks. Oh wait, no, okay, so this thing was processing a tier 1. Okay, no, maybe it is actually... Okay, maybe it isn't actually being fed in. So let's... Okay, yeah, so it doesn't actually seem like it's the workers that are moving it. I think it was just taking more time to run. So, I think I'm probably going to have to sit with a stopwatch and see what the kind of the marginal benefit of adding a worker to these things are. Because the funny thing is, I was worried about the tier, the level 2 process sort of sitting and waiting, but it actually looks like it's waiting on the... It looks like it's the other way around. It actually looks like the tier 2 is the weakest link. So I think here it's waiting for somebody to take the third out. Okay, so it's picked it up, but it's not processing an input. So let's see what the next worker does. Okay, worker picked up tier 2. New tier 2 generated. Okay, so it's not picking it up on its own. Interesting. I also have enough for the fuel turbine, so I should probably stop watching the dance of industry. And... Huh. So this thing's currently starved of inputs. I suppose it invites the question then... Like, I don't know. So my first impression would be that you probably... Oh, man. Yeah, I'm really trying to get a read as to whether or not these... Because, like, the way the animations work, and it sort of feels like these things should be feeding into each other, but I'm trying to get a little bit of a read in terms of how the behavior is working. Anyway, I'm about to run out of batteries, so let's build our fuel turbine. I actually think I have enough maybe for 2. Yeah, right. Okay. So this thing is definitely a priority. And I'm also drowning in influence, so I can deal with all of that when I turn my energy generators on. In fact, I have a little bit of a fuel surplus, so just to make sure that the engines keep running, I'm going to bank on that thing being done on time. Let's get some resources. I should probably find a mine before I start sacrificing rich minerals like that. I actually really don't need the red artifacts right now, so let's I can do better. Yeah, there's no more easy choices anymore, is there? Alright, it pains me, but... Okay, once the fuel turbine's done, I guess the question is, do I want to build an extra fuel turbine so that we can do the linking and upgrading? Or do I want to get my defense turret down first? Defense turret's going to take 400, which in terms of tier 3s... Sorry, I'm just not quite that good enough in my my head. Oh, sorry. You're bad. We weren't actually going to allow for combined tiers. We had discussed that at some point, but decided against it. It is actually a... Oh my god, sorry, I'm missing so much chat here. Sorry. This is positive because I'm trying to parse through all the different possibilities I have in the game. It's making me a terrible streamer right now. So select all. Okay, that was to the. I think that was to the storage comment. Lapuskaya says such a complicated game for a tired guy like me, but definitely in love with this kind of games. This is actually funny, Lapuskaya, because I'm actually not normally someone who plays this sort of stuff. I have Factorio, but I haven't played a lot of it. You know, the Industries of Titan is probably the first of these sort of simulation style games that has really, like, I like SimCity. I like, well, actually no, Surviving Mars was another one. I think probably because I like the city building in this. That was probably enough to sort of push me over the edge a little bit. But and then we weren't actually going to allow for combined tiers. We discussed. So yeah, I think that was the idea of sort of breaking. I mean, I like the idea because, of course, whether like, so one thing that's nice is that you've got your different tiers of minerals and such. And whether you want to think of them as like building construction or whatever, like, you know, if you make you see very few buildings that sort of change materials partway through, at least obviously. Maybe there's something in construction that I'm not aware of that allows that to happen. But it's a little bit like some of the other things that I was talking about on the last run in terms of being like having to deal with the consequences of my decision. So if I connect two buildings, they're going to stay connected, and I better have a good plan for defending or I'm going to run into trouble. And I actually really like that. Another game that did that in a way that I quite liked was Mohawk's Off-Road Trading Company. So, I mean, sometimes, you know, inevitably I'll get frustrated with my own short-sightedness on some of this stuff, and I'll shake my fist at the heavens and ask why I didn't plan this through properly. But I don't know, I like it. It especially because it makes me. Like, in the end, the city that I wind up building reflects... You get like, when I look at the trailers, there are these beautiful metropolises that, you know, reflect some long-term planning, and they look wonderful. And then I kind of look at my, you know, shanty towns, and I'm like, this probably reflects my very scattered thought process behind it. And I don't know. I think that's maybe an appeal for this type of game, is to sort of see the city reflect the decisions that I've made. Okay. Now we can start. Now we can make my utopia. I'm debating about. Okay, I'm actually going to kick the can down the road as far as my problems are concerned. This is all eventually going to become waste. Sorry, not eventually. It's all going to become waste, and then Tier 2 will be handling... I'll like turn them into other types of storage. I do need to seriously think about... Oh, is there a hotkey for these? Tab. God bless you all for including a hotkey for that. That's going to save a lot of effort on my part. Now that I've got 20 influence, I feel like I have... Here we go. All right, I kind of want money a little bit more than anything right now, so I'm going to turn on a bunch of stations and probably just finish the construction of all of the. Although I should probably be careful about the way that I'm using these tier 1 resources. So one thing that I find kind of interesting is now how I'm thinking about the fact that using tier 1 minerals is kind of like annihilating 24 construction units over time. So habitat pods don't really mean a whole lot. But I guess if I do a conversion capsule, it's going to want 2 mineral too. So that even that's not a very useful one. But yeah, like I think... Or sorry, not conversion cap. What am I saying? I want monetization stations. Yeah, so I think one thing that's kind of neat about the way that this works is just all the sort of short-term, long-term divisions that I have now. I have a feeling like I'm off by 1 in this setup. Oh, you know what? I still got to make sure that there's inputs to the factory.
Device complete.
This may come back to bite me because I still need to build a defense turret. Actually, yeah, let's cancel that for now, because I don't have any way of getting that extra power.
Device complete. Device complete.
I need 2K credits before I can buy that. Okay, let's grab the they're not. And then, of course, because of all the waste that I'm generating, I probably should invest in the furnace as well. But it's clear I've got worker problems. I don't know though. Something about being able to get more bodies on the planet and getting that income up. Did you know that you can jump from building to building directly? It's a shortcut icon to the right of the building header in the top center. Are you talking about this one? Oh, neat. Okay, so I knew there was a way. I knew there was a way of doing it. I did not know. I did not actually know the specific method. So thank you for that. This is what I get for not watching closely during Titan Tuesdays. Or perhaps I could have said, thank you for that, pronounced win. I could have said, but I am so enamored with the transition animations that I want to see them every single time. I have a feeling that all the old hats at Industries of Titan were watching me do those and screaming at the monitors. Okay. What am I going to do? What am I going to do about mineral access? Okay, one thing I can do is upgrade the headquarters again. So, because that'll unveil more of the map. So I'm looking for 8 tier 3 isotopes. I definitely need to find more minerals. Although I do want to start getting the red artifacts as well, because having some more workers to work on all of this stuff would be nice. It's funny, I'm kind of playing to solve last updates, or, well, I say last update's problems, I mean the problems I ran into last update. When clearly what I want to be focusing on is doing more interesting things with my minerals. It also occurred to me, because I upgraded the headquarters, I might have, yes, more buildings I can look at, which might make my decisions for expansion a little easier. Okay, so that upgrade's kind of expensive. But yeah, so I need to try and find... I need to get my hands on... Oh! Did I really use up all that power already? Holy smokes! Well, nuts. I'm gonna let that thing drain, or no, there's no benefit to letting that drain, actually. Alright, so that evens it out, but I don't think 2 power is going to be enough for... So if I just duplicated what I already have on floor 2... Jesus. I'm not going to be able to build the isotope stuff because of all the garbage. Ugh. My energy requirements here. So this is a 1, I think. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. So I need a spare 10 when all is said and done. I'm sure he'll find a new spot to work. Still not enough, really. But presumably there are going to be other ways that I can handle my dilemma. How are we on that defense turret? So I have the minerals for it. The isotopes. It would be nice if I had other alternatives. And of course, it'd be nice if I had lots of money to get higher level power generation. But something tells me I'm going to be waiting on that for a while. Is this really the best use of my resources right now? What are my alternatives? Okay, well, we know the cleanup jobs are a waste of time because we just don't have any... Okay, so what I want is the energy plant. That's 2K. What I probably need is the... Oh, hang on. I messed up. There is a way that I can... Okay, I better be really quick with my resources, though. So all of this is going to be dedicated to waste. That's going to get me a little breathing room, not a ton. So I'd better smarten up as far as getting the isotopes in place. And against my better judgment, I'm going to make that a priority because I'm not going to be able to... You can do it. I'm sure they're probably going to wind up making it all work anyway. Oh, you know what? I probably don't have space to stick all of the employee modules in here. Yeah, I've probably really put myself against the wall here. Okay, we are not doing well as far as minerals are concerned, actually. Fortunately, we can build a lot of this stuff. Okay, 10, 50, 5, 5, 5. Okay, they're all divisible by 5, which means we've got a nice... Or I thought we had a nice stack of tier 2s. We don't anymore. Okay. I might have just set myself up for disappointment here as well. So I'm going to pause and think a little bit about how we're going to work through this. So the immediate challenges I'm facing right now, I've got some constraints on my... I've got some constraints on my size, given the fact that I need to attach employee modules, and I actually need to be able to build it in such a way that my employees get access to them. So one thing I could have done right off the bat was to kind of make the column... I don't know why I'm pointing at the monitor. It's not like you people can see it. But basically, the employee modules would have been a lot more sensible to sort of put around the edges here. Now, one saving grace is I've got a whole world of, of activity that I can do up here. But I want to see if there's something that I can do as far as building the isotope chain. I want to see if there's something I can do along these lines that's effective. And then if I can't, I'll bite the bullet. I'll put them along this line, and then I'll fill this with monetization stations or something. But let's see how far we can get with the with this setup. So the best I could hope for would be something like this. Well, that's fine because we're in pause, so I can throw away tier 3 stuff just as long as I don't lock myself into building it. So could run one of these. It's going to be a little tight, but I think I can make this work. So if I put an employee module in here. The problem is, where do I put the waste module? Because if I put the output here, then yeah, okay. But so let's flip the story a little bit. I don't think I'm going to be able to make this work, but I won't respect myself if I don't try. Yeah, then there's nothing I can do along these lines. I could probably... so I would be able to get a waste module inside, but I'd have no place for the workers. Then, of course, there's a whole question of relays and such, but I'll worry that that's going to be a second order problem for me. Yeah, I just need that one little extra bit over here. Okay. Well, what if we try this the other way around? So if I constrain myself for the employee module, I still need to somehow manage an output module. So no real other options but to put it here. I think I wind up in the same problem again, which is there's nowhere for the waste module to go. Again, I mean, I can just let it blast out onto the floor and hope I've got a good cleaning staff. That's probably not the right way to think about that problem, though. Then, of course, I can just say, well, maybe I double up the processing, modules or something like that. But that's particularly unkind to my processing capacity. So let's just say we'll abandon this project, and let's see if we can try and build a slightly more sensible isotope chain on the edges here. Keeping in mind that probably I want to have the employee modules running. Oh, actually, this will be an interesting problem. Let's see if I can make it so that I get an output module. Can I build it so that I get an output module over here? So I guess we'd put the processor... So the idea is to try and build something that sort of snakes around the corner. Well, that solves my waste problem. Now the big question is, can I make this work on the level 2? Huh. Nuts! Okay. Oops. Yeah, that doesn't work, obviously. Yeah, I think it's a lost cause. I built myself into a corner by making the employee area over here. There's a little bit of flexibility if I get rid of the storage container, but I don't think it quite gives me what I need. Now the thing is, I don't have to build it as one big long chain. It's a nice to have, but it's not necessary. So let's just go back from the start and see. Like, what's the simple thing I can build? And actually, maybe I'm okay building it a little bit closer to this area. Now that I've given up on trying to do something fancy. Although I still need the room for the waste. Okay, is there one version that gives me something that I need? Not really, but I still think I'm short on... No, well, I got a way of working working this out, though. So I can put my waste... waste module over here. I mean, I don't really know if I get... I'm not really sure what advantages I've given myself building it this way. I can obviously put some kind of storage in the extra slots, but I think in this case I'm really just trying to get the isotopes. The isotope refinement built. What kind of power am I gonna need? I'm always off by 1. Oh! Doesn't give me everything, but it's darn close. Okay, now I gotta rip this all up because I don't want to build it with my high value resources. Here's hoping I remember how to... Oh, crap. Here's hoping I remember how... This is a good source of low-tier minerals. I'll feel a little more secure using the higher tier, or like the refined minerals, when I'm sort of on my feet as far as like just generally getting like once I'm starting to build my higher tier buildings. I'm sure that idle job is because I told someone to do something that doesn't exist anymore. No. Maybe it's related to the factory?
Salvage complete.
So I get the impression that there wasn't actually a salvage job for this guy, and it wasn't notifying me here. But I am happy that they started working on stuff as soon as I told them. So I definitely need a dedicated constructor. Repair will eventually be a priority, but let's try and work these things out a little bit more sensibly. And actually, I don't need cleanup nearly as badly as I used to. So many priorities. I really feel like these mineral patches are getting mined out quickly. What I think I'm going to do here, I should actually probably pull the workers from at least one of the isotope patches. There is an argument, though, for me to get... Well, yeah, I mean, I still have the worker shortage. Isotopes are going to be precious, so I'm going to... Okay, this is definitely what I want for the artifacts. I'll probably take it for the artifact. You know, there's a side of me that's ready to actually turn off these processors. Because the problem is now that I've refined everything to death, so we've actually been a little too good, and so these basic buildings that I want to build are now either extremely wasteful or yeah. Okay, well, here's what I'll do while I'm thinking about it. Let's I don't need to pause. Let's think a little bit about what does the wish list look like. Oh, actually, I am ready to build this defense turret. What I didn't realize at the time, I'm sure the upgrades are gonna cost an arm and a leg. This doesn't quite cover the... I'm sure upgrading it will, but... Yeah, so basically I need to start taking a look at these things. I need to come up with wish lists and see what things are sort of divisible by 3 and such when it comes to isotopes. And then whatever is divisible by 5 or 25. Well, I mean, 25 is divisible by 5. So basically I'm going to start thinking by what... anytime I look at a cost... I'm going to have to start taking a look at it in terms of, is it divisible by 5 and can I use my specialized resources towards it? So for instance, when I'm building my refining capacity for isotopes, I don't really want to be using any of my specialized stuff. In fact, for now, let me just think for a minute about what are the other things I want to build. I want to build another fuel turbine, and eventually I want to build an energy plant. So let's say 16, 24. So the ideal would be 24 eventually. 8 to 24, let's say, is the range. The idea here being that I don't need to double up everything right away. I definitely want another energy plant. In fact, arguably the fuel turbine should just be off the radar entirely. So it's really just a matter of wanting to build an energy plant. I want to upgrade my HQ. Now that's definitely going to be a tier 3 isotopes job. So that's going to cost me 8. So yeah, let's say I've got enough tier 3 for now. I'm going to shut down all of my mineral refining. Gotta remember to use the hotkeys. It'll save me some grief. And then hopefully that means that we'll start stacking up some. I mean, I guess I could try and get some tier 2. Yeah, I've actually got a tier 2 available for the processor. Now the hope here, we do have capacity for waste. So my hope here is that my workers will be clever enough to... I forgot about to turn the rest of these on. I can't afford the rest, but at the very least I can start bringing more bodies in. I keep forgetting the difference between going between floors and going between buildings, so I'm sorry for all the unnecessary jumps in and out. I thought I had a good way of handling the... Oh, I messed up, probably. Oh, really? What? No! There's two tier 2. No! No! Give it back. I wonder what's related to the construct building job right now. All right, I really messed up with the with moving that around. Well, I have another way of managing. I really wish I had a better recollection of how I handled it, but ah, crap. I'm using tier 3. I was wondering why everything was so plentiful. Of course, there's an open question as to whether or not they'll actually follow through on any of this stuff because of the garbage. It doesn't seem like they're already... It doesn't seem like they're cleaning out the waste, even though there's a place to go. mean, they're doing cleaning. I can't say they're not doing the job. It's just not quite the job I wanted. Although, again, given the fact that there's intermediate jobs that they're doing, I might just be impatient. Either way, we've got our people on sort of on the job of acquiring all the minerals. So I suppose I can get more people on the ruins. Although we don't have anybody who's doing the surveys yet. Don't I have somebody dedicated to that? Not anymore. So let's. Well, okay. Actually, we've so I changed my mind right around the time they assigned someone. The waste on the ground's not going to hurt me. This is not necessarily the worst pile of resources. This one's feels like this one's a little stingy on the red artifacts. Oh, that's right. We are constructing something. The defense turret, of course. So I'm going to have to see what the mineral situation looks like after all is said and done here, because it does actually feel like we have a fair amount. It does actually feel like we have a fair amount. It's just not in our coffers right now. And then I also want to see what the upgrade costs on those on the turret is. Okay. As soon as there's a ship that will fill out my employee needs, I'll pay for the extra spaceport storage. But right now, I think it's just going to turn into another garbage dump. Is anybody idle because of an instruction I gave them? Yup. Okay, so you want 36. Which technically I can afford, but I'm not going to be able to afford the next one. That translates into 4. Yeah, so refining is definitely a high priority now. Okay. I know this isn't the thing that I built. The question is, am I unhappy that I'm building it this way now? I don't think so. We'll see how it works. I'll try prioritize on this one. Hopefully it will provoke a response. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the question is, do I, there's any number of ways that I can put the output module here if I'm not going to wind up connecting them to each other. But then there's the secret hope that I am going to be able to connect them to each other. Oh man, I actually think I might have found a way to make this work. I think I gotta pause for it though. Okay. For the sake of argument, say we do one of these. Isotope input module. It's about as far as I can get it on this guy. I'm sketching it out so I don't need to worry too much about. So the only... yeah, it's so close. The only problem with this is that it doesn't have an answer for how do you empty out the isotopes. I'm one off from that. So I'm trying to decide, now that I know that this isn't gonna, now that I know I'm not gonna be able to combine these things together, which version makes more sense for me to build? See, I'm gonna guess probably something like this, but I am gonna pause again for it. It's mostly because the level 2 processor is really expensive, and I want to make sure that I do it properly. Hang on a second. I was able to get 2 on this the last time. What did I screw up? Ah. I mean, that's fair game, so... But, unfortunately, it doesn't work this time, because if I put the output module here, I block people from getting to work. So I guess knowing that, am I really going to try and recover this insane idea that I'm somehow going to be able to combine these things again? Absolutely I am. I have some really... I will give myself that I don't lack for imagination when it comes to thinking how some of these things work. What the hell am I doing? Okay. But then, again, it's the same problem. I've not given myself enough room for employee modules. And again, I'm suspecting I could probably stick the processors together, but... Alright. Just take the L and move on. I will be happier. What sense is there in doing it this way? Probably none. Because again, I've got very narrow requirements for... Holy smokes, I might have just actually... the output's still going to cause a problem. I may also... Oh, actually... I might have also... I may also have... Okay, so I still need to figure out waste for this one here. That's actually not that hard, though. We can put that... So I wanted to get that down just so I could have an idea in terms of what the relay needs would be. So this one will cover most but not all of my modules. let's say employee module here, waste wherever. I think we might actually even be able to tuck the waste in sort of in the corner here. But that does lose me access to the storage container, so maybe not. Maybe we just put the waste over there. But yeah, I mean, at this point, they're going to need some time to clean out all the garbage, and I'm going to need some time to generate resources. So, sorry guys, I think a lot of this is just me figuring how this is all working. I'm not sure if this is as exciting to watch as last time. I am having a good time with it though. Is it because you're cleaning waste? No. Is it because you're being told to move isotopes? It is because you're being told to move isotopes. That's fair. I think this might impose an idle worker. And I have a bunch of spare influence. So I think I said I was sitting on this one because I might need the extra minerals. Although again, we've got a lot on the ground, so that may not be true. I think what I'm going to do right now is hunt for any tier 10. Oh yeah, this is a perfect example. Basically any 10 influence tiles that give me more than one red artifact. Alright, that'll do for a first pass. I guess in an emergency I can do the upgrade, but I would prefer to refine those isotopes into something a little bit better for defense. Now, one thing I could try and do here is turn the surplus... I could try and turn the surplus influence into credits. I am turning a profit right now. Well, I mean... some 2K. So it's like about an eighth of my costs for the next building. The next building would wind up being energy or actually, really, the problem I'm running into right now is garbage. So as much as I want it to be energy, the smokestack really is the better choice. How much do we actually generate on a work shift? 960. So I have a feeling we're at a point, if we wait one more work shift, we're just going to be able to earn the money and then stiff the workers next round. That way I won't need to waste influence. I am short on workers, but obviously I haven't been building any conversion centers. Conversion centers wouldn't really make sense until I have a better way of handling my garbage, and I'd rather not store it all. But I am going to have to ask the hard question, where do I put all the garbage? I was kind of hoping to upgrade the headquarters to tier 3 to be able to manage it. Also, I have no idea why I didn't notice this before, but there's a mine! Okay, that changes things. Because clearly I'm going to want a lot of mineral resources. Well, that definitely recommends a smokestack down here. It is probably going to mess with the air quality of Lackey's hovel. And I really don't have that good of a grid yet, or that great of coverage yet, but obviously until I can refine isotopes, I'm probably gonna have to rely on building a few more tier 1 buildings. So, better question, what's my command area? Yeah, okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to wait until we get to 2,000 at the end of a workday. We will buy the smokestack. We'll try and build it as close to the edge of the territory as we can. And then... I think we should probably start... If nothing else, we might want to consider starting working towards the mine. I may also want to do the transport hub so I can efficiently move the garbage out, but one way or the other, we definitely need to speed up now. I'm either going to wait for migrants or I'm going to wait till I hit the magic number. Okay, this is an easy one to fix. I might have to turn some of these off later, but until we get the... Actually, really, I might as well turn it all on. I keep forgetting it's on floor 2, not a different factory. I'm so used to just building specialized factories for everything that it's a surprise to me when it's not somewhere else. So really, yeah, there's no choice actually. So we still have access to the storage container. And then the remaining question is, what's the relay coverage like? Oddly enough, I think if I build the... I'm actually going to wait for these 2 relays to get built before I do anything else, because I think my coverage might be a little short. We're very close to getting that. Very close to getting that smokestack. Alright, so that'll definitely be something we use the tier 3 materials for. But before I do that, we need to get the power in place. So we'll play our little Tetris game. And then I'm going to make these priority jobs because obviously the further away we can get from the residential areas, the better. I'm definitely not in a position to build any kind of air purifiers or fans, so thought I'd turn the rest of these things on. Okay. Trying to think if there's any sense to me. Nope. Surveys are done. I think this is a pretty obvious choice. And again, that's a priority job so we can build the smokestack. Actually, this is also sort of a priority job, but it looks like they're already working on it. So I know I learned about the shortcuts. I'm just so used to doing it the old-fashioned way. There's another game I played in early access where I did this same thing. So my power grid is gonna hate me for doing this, but I do want to do kind of want to improve my financial standing a little bit. I don't think there's anything I can do about that cleanup. I think I'm sort of at the mercy of the work queue, deciding that this is a priority. Which also makes me think that I should probably prepare to waste a lot of isotopes to get my upgrades in, because I mean the rebels aren't gonna wait forever. They've been polite so far, but the least I can do though is just generate some more money, and as a result more buildings. The smokestack will hopefully clear out a lot of the issues. Oh yeah, it's been ready to build for a while. Let's make sure I've got the right. It is kind of neat, though, that my default you can kind of see how I treated this energy pylon versus how I treated this energy pylon. Now that I know about the different tiers of minerals, like it's no longer my first reaction to automatically upgrade the building. This is the last of the isotopes. I gotta find a new source. We're also running out of space for them. Oh, this is going to be such a hard decision to make. All right. So I do need to turn off some of the new additions. So, like that, I'm still not out of the woods there. Alright, why are you guys idle? It's not the minerals. Can't be the waste. By the way, you know why we're a good company? We give our employees standing desks. Alright, why are you guys idle? Other than the fact that I didn't pay you. I wonder if I can see them standing around. So garbage is going to become a problem soon. Workers seem to be pretty busy on this floor. There's nobody standing around here. We still have the two waste, sadly. Although, in fairness, they've done a pretty good job of cleaning it up, so I think through the natural process of cleaning, we're probably going to be okay. But if I've got idle workers, I'm dying to know why. This is a fairly easy choice, as is this one. I don't think I'm quite ready to waste that kind of influence yet, but I'm getting close. And it's probably better that I stop trying to acquire resources right now, seeing as I'm at the limits of my... Oh, hey, yep, they got it done. And sort of as predicted, my grid is very unhappy with me for that choice. Can afford to turn one of these off, it looks like. Other bit of good news is we'll pay the workers. Ah, yes. Okay, I still got to see what the coverage for the relays are like. Right, so that doesn't have power. Things are picking up, though. It's weird, but I actually think this is probably the best place for... We'll try it. I think I might still need to build another relay. However, before I do that, before I worry about any more of that, I'm going to put down some more storage containers. So I definitely need to focus on storing up tier 2 isotopes here, and then I should also start thinking about how I can manage this remaining space. I might just do more storage, because normally I do that in the headquarters. But I think at one point, probably later on in this playthrough, I'm going to rip up this whole factory and design it to a different specification. But that would clearly be very foolish to do right now, seeing as I really want to refine a lot of my isotopes. Not everything. I actually need to be careful that I don't overdo it, but I figure I can probably get a group of people working on some tier 2 stuff, and then by that time we'll have tier 3 ready to go. So I leave myself just enough flexibility to be able to get some basic upgrades in. Maybe I can even start pricing those out while the rest of this construction happens. Actually, one thing I will say that is really working for me is that I've been impatient with some of my workers, and there've been a couple of times where it feels like they were idle for a little while for an unexplained reason, but it didn't, like, it sort of eventually sorted itself out. I haven't really felt like I'm in a, like, it feels generally the workers have been doing what they need to. And sort of in a fairly decent at a fairly decent clip. So I know I was really struggling with that on the last playthrough, and here, I've been contending more with my own idiocy rather than what I think are the workers behaving in a counterintuitive manner. That actually counts as full coverage? Oh, because these parts are touching. All right, it's ugly as sin, but it it works. Okay, so I am actually going to turn this all on. No, I'm not, because the output's not done yet. This should probably turn into some kind of cat. No, yeah, I'll make it a cat. A catch-all. I'll probably do an equivalent for this side of the map. I do have relay coverage here, so I should try and take advantage of that at some point. And then I think, honestly, the rest of this I'm probably going to turn into I think I'll probably do some like housing and monetization stations. I know I need to build at least one monetization station to balance out what I've got built already. But things are looking up as far as the refining world are concerned. Isotopes will just be slower in general, but we're already at a point where we're generating, a little bit of a surplus here. Oh, the other thing I could actually do, maybe I'll do like a monetization station somewhere in a corner, and then I might consider some conversion stations. Or conversion capsules, rather. Because I definitely need to build out my workforce. Let's get that done now, actually. Because I have the resources for it. I just don't have... I just don't have the power. Power will come later. Of course, I could use the extra space to build power generators as well. But that would make sense. Okay, so the moment of truth has arrived. How much of this do I want to turn into Tier 1 and Tier 2? Turn it all on. Okay, so if I want to build a conversion capsule, I think I just... Oh, no, I do have space for this. Oh, but I blocked myself that way. Drat. I thought I was going to be able to sneak in too. Yeah, I really didn't plan... I really did not plan this this area well at all. There's lots of little areas where... I mean, in the end, I'll just wind up sticking a bunch of storage and whatnot to make the most of the space. But as far as utilizing the floor, one, this doesn't look pretty at all, and two, it definitely has a lot of gaps. But there is a bit of a priority in terms of getting everything built reasonably quickly. So, like the upgrades built reasonably quickly. Okay, I don't have that much more power left to... Oh, you know what? One sneaky thing I could do is just turn off all the workstations while people are asleep. But what I've really been trying to do here is just maximize the number of tier 2s that I build so I can turn them into tier 3s. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4... Nope, I'm gonna have to find more power somewhere else as well. So you know what? Building some power plants right now doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. So let's pause it. I'll do a rough plan. That's not the right rotate button. It's a rotate button, just not the one I'm looking for. Nuts! Well, I mean, 2's better than nothing. And it already taps into the existing grid. I think the relay is just shy of where I need... Oh, hang on. No, it is just shy of where I need. Okay, it's a little different from how I was planning, but at the very least I'm sort of closing some of the gaps. We're gonna have some problems in a minute. Alright, looks like I'll manually intervene. First innovation I expect to see in the text tree is the magic step of turning the lights off when you go home. Alright. This will at least start recharging the batteries for a little bit. Of course, I really only have 6 hours, so I'm expecting these power generators to be up within 6 hours, otherwise I'm going to be cranky. One other inefficiency I don't like about this is it would have been nice to put a battery here, but if I do that, I don't have a nice path towards the storage container. So yeah, now the question is, what do I want to fill the rest of the space with? I will try and get a little more battery, a little more battery action in. I probably want to keep this reasonably clear. This is fair game, though. And then I can't cover a battery, but we can put some storage in again. And I think the second floor of Lackey's hovel, in all its glory, is ready to go. Now, I do need to... I probably shouldn't get too enthusiastic about the solution that I've got here, because this isn't actually going to generate all that much energy. We've got an extra 12 to run with, but I mean, look at how much we've been... we've sort of been leaving aside. Like, it's not like we've been... we've largely been turning off the city in response to what's been going on. So priority number 1 right now is just to try and get as many devices on as possible. I'm not that worried about my my mineral refining right now, because I think right now I'm trying to get back on my feet. But yeah, like for all that effort that I just put in, 15 jobs, 14. All right.
Device complete.
That was the... Wait, sorry, that's on Lackey's hovel. That was the conversion capsule coming online, I'm thinking. Did we not pay them? Oh, right, because it's still the middle of the night. All right. Well, it's not useful to me right now, so I might as well turn them off. All right, now we can turn them on. I gotta be a little careful in terms of what I'm doing, in terms of the number of workers that I'm bringing in, because I don't have easy answers in terms of how I'm gonna get more people in the. I don't have an easy answer in terms of how I'm gonna get more people into the city. But it's very clear that I do need more workers running around right now. So let's see. I think these were catch-alls. Yeah, so I think I went past. I got over the idea of making another sort of for everything storage container, and I just opted for, you know, whoever can get their thing in first. I'm kind of hoping these conversions happen reasonably quickly. Also, how are we doing for tier 3, 2? So 8 for headquarters and 4 for... Okay, we are a long way off from doing the upgrades that I want. Here I'm trying to get as many conversions in before I run out of power. Which is going to happen short. Well, no, I can buy myself a little extra time because it's still sleep. Oh, nope, work time starts in about an hour. So I'm probably going to have to turn off the pods. Akirash, 666th of your name. Or possibly Akirash of the Beast. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm glad that you are enjoying Industries of Titan, because I'm really enjoying Industries of Titan. Actually, now would not be a bad time for me to reiterate this. Oh, great. We will be able to take out their insides just in time to... Ah! Sorry. No, we're not. We've got 2 energy, and this is going to roll over, and everything's going to turn off, and it's going to suck, and I don't know what to turn off. Two vacant jobs. Okay. We're still draining, but not as bad as before. Alright, now I've got a problem. But I can turn these... Oh, actually this... yeah, this one's already good to go, so now we're back to... Now we're back to positive numbers. Alright, not a complete solution to the worker problem, but... Anyways, yeah, so the... This new update's a really interesting one. So the last one was great because of the, you know, the new population sim. But this one's really neat because of the whole way that they've redone all of the resources. So I'm doing this quite a bit slower than I thought I would. I'm really interested to see what the rebels are up to while they're not attacking me. I have a sneaking suspicion that there's going to be some horrifying armada waiting for me as soon as I start looking for them. All right, why are you idle? I haven't assigned that many people to dedicated jobs. Every single one of these makes complete sense. I am, however, going to assign someone to the isotopes job, because this thing has been sitting... This thing's been sitting empty for a while. But yeah, so the idea of basically being able to make these higher value resources is really first of all, it's given me a lot more to do inside of the factories, and I think it's sort of revealed one of the things that it's revealed in terms of just the difference in how I play these between the last session and this one. I'm obviously making... I mean, one thing I really like is that I remember when I first played this and all of the time I was spending messing around with the factories trying to find what, I thought was the best way to build stuff. This, by the way, is not the best way to build stuff. This is a very sad... this is a very sad way of building things. But where did I get the extra 3 power from? Well, that's draining batteries. But we have 400, so... that is eating into my profits, but we can bring more people. You know what? I should have brought these guys because they were going to bring some minerals and isotopes with them. But yeah, so the idea of being able to kind of get a high sort of high impact mineral or isotope item. One, just in terms of being able to so the thing that interests me the most about this for sure is how it's changing my short-term and long-term thinking. So I think once I get a little more comfortable with how this all works, I am definitely going to be coming up with long-term wish lists in terms of how many tier 3 isotopes I want. So for instance, here I've got my 8, so I think I should be ready to upgrade my headquarters. In theory, I could also upgrade the turret. Actually, the turret makes a little more sense right now, seeing as it's currently work hours, and I'd rather not kill my I'd rather not kill the power to my monetization stations. Hey, we can watch another conversion happen. As you can see, now that we've built everything we want, we don't really care that everybody's living in filth. But yeah, so my ideal solution is definitely going to be in future is going to be one where I'm thinking about what can I afford to wait for, and in that sense I will wait to turn those 1-point isotopes into 9-point isotopes, or those 1-point minerals into those 25-point minerals. But I can also see with, a Rebel Armada speeding towards you, you may not necessarily want to take the time to do all that refining. Obviously here I've got 2 workers that are currently dedicated to, to producing these higher value isotope units. And that's draining quite a bit of power. Power that I currently don't have. I'll eventually get it with the upgrade. Speaking of it, oh no, they're already working on the defense turret, so good news there. Money is always short, so we'll try and get as many of those people in as possible. Hopefully we won't... Yeah, so technically... Not even technically, we're almost certainly going to be short on payroll. But hopefully I'm going to be able to maximize my... Hopefully I'm going to be able to maximize the number of workers that I convert, and then I can just turn off the... then I can just not pay them, and then I don't worry anymore. Alright, why are you mad? Oh, you're mad because you're draining batteries. I'm mad because you're draining batteries. Okay, I need 16 isotope 3 or 8 isotope 3. You know what? I really think that's going to be answered by... I really like the variety in the citizens now, by the way. It's actually kind of fun to watch them arrive. You were promised sirens. What am I missing here, Skinny Man Gamer? I think the reference is sailing over my head, and it might just be because I've been... my brain has been mangled by a ton of really interesting new systems and industries of Titan that I think I've started to get the handle of it. But what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to resolve all of the problems that I've created for myself. Ah, Kurt Vonnegut. Okay. So I only need 4 more of these. Why are you all idle? Okay, I'm just going to cancel out the 5 idle. There's definitely jobs for you. Maybe not the move minerals, but... I mean, I'll gladly put them to work mining more resources. Oh, actually, speaking of resources, I can get the mine. Okay, we're on leisure time now, so it is going to be very tight, but I think we might be able to buy a new device. So we have got... Is it midnight that the pay comes in? I can't remember. Oh, you know what? It'll tell me on the... about 13 minutes for the next pay cycle. We are underwater as far as the pay is concerned, but all right. So the other bit of good news is I'm going to be able to turn off the conversion capsules after that too. Right, so we're 28 out of 28. We'll now turn these off. I have a small energy surplus right now, nothing to write home about. I've got room for 16 more workers. I'll go for the one that's not... It's only a little bit of waste, but honestly 3 minerals is... I'm not going to do cartwheels over 3 minerals. Let's hoover up the last... This is going to seem extremely wasteful, but... I'm actually going to hoover up the last of the mineral patches. That way... Oh yeah, actually, sorry. So with that in mind, I'm a little mad at myself for building a transport hub here. Did I? Oh, right. So... I don't know why I did those extra request credits, because that 871 isn't going anywhere. Transport hub is definitely not the thing I need to be building right now, but it's available. Now, mostly what this is going to be about is trying to feed this smokestack. If I can get this up to a level 3, I'd like it. Actually, honestly, that was actually probably one of the dumber moves that I did. The more that I think about it, it would have been better for me to build the energy plant. Because then I would have been able to grow sort of without bound, and now I'm sort of stuck in this mediocrity. But that's fine. Some of my money problems should be resolved once I turn the housing and all that back on. Which I will do now. Alright, 20 living space, but only 17 jobs, so we'll turn one of these off. So 18, 17. Gotta turn one more of these guys on. We are running a deficit, sadly. So more workers as soon as possible. It says I have 2 idle workers, so we'll set you to work on the mineral patches. Eventually what I'm going to wind up doing is I'm going to shuffle the... 4 or 5? What? They're all going to the mineral patch. The other thing I'm going to do now is claim the surrounding area. I am going to take the minerals. This is basically just so I can build a ring of road. So maybe storage facilities here, or possibly a possibly energy. Actually, energy would probably be better to build here. Ah, yes, I can buy trucks. I also forgot that these have an energy cost, so this was a particularly stupid thing for me to buy. I'm stuck with it now, though. I bet I can also buy some... Yeah, so right now, because I know that I know that the workers are going to get the rest of the money, I'm just buying as much as I can. Okay. So at the moment, moving, cleanup, and ruins are slightly higher priorities than construction, because until I have the resources that I need to be able to get some of these more basic things built, it doesn't really matter that I have... Like, just in terms of the work assignments... Holy smokes, how much does a road cost now? Jesus. Yeah, maybe I don't want to be building bridges to nowhere now. I still have idle workers, huh? Okay, so... I do eventually want to get a truck going to the smokestack for sure. Unfortunately, yeah, we're really short on tier 2 minerals, so... Definitely want a dedicated ruin group. Actually, speaking of... Did I not make this level 3 already? Oh, that's right, because I was waiting for the possibility of upgrading the defense turret. This actually isn't so bad because... Yeah, you know what? I am going to upgrade HQ. I'm a little mad at having to use those isotopes, but one, it's leisure time, so I can afford to lose the power. And then number 2, that's going to give me a little bit of extra territory, so that's going to give me access to new ruins, and more importantly, I'm going to be able to push the smokestack even further away. It gives me a little bit of extra range for the sinkhole, so I'm going to be able to build another fuel turbine there if I want. And then eventually I'm going to build a mine, which, all told, I should have built the energy generation before anything else. That was a big blunder on my part, but I'll be able to get over it. So anyways, we're positive on our power. I will probably eventually want to switch on the mineral conversion because we're running out of space for our tier 1 minerals. And I actually have a few uses for tier 2. Actually, come to think of it, if roads are 25, that means that they're a prime candidate for tier 3 minerals. So I'm going to need to find the right balance. The real question to me right now is where am I going to get my next 3,000 credits? I know where I'm going to get my next refined isotopes. I know where I'm going to get my next refined minerals, but I don't know where I'm going to get my next 3,000 credits, which are going to be the necessary input for energy independence. Actually, not entirely, because if I build the third tier of the headquarters like I did the second tier, that's going to get me another 24 energy. And if so, I'll pencil it out. But what are my current energy liabilities? So habitat pods cost, I can't remember if it's 1 or 2. Okay, 1, so we're 3. What? Oh no, that's fine. That was planned because of the upgrade. Okay, so our existing costs, no, but everything's off because of the power outage. I gotta wait for this to finish. Okay, so first things first, let's just see what treasures I can find. Oop, those are rocks. Aha! Alright. So this is very long term, but I sort of have the next couple of turns. So let's just think a little bit about what the next few turns are gonna, not few turns, but the next little while, what my priorities are gonna be. Well, we got this mineral node here, so I'm gonna want to build a mine, some defenses for it. I've got prime location for a fuel turbine, another location for a fuel turbine, and mine. So basically, we know that we're gonna build sort of satellite regions over here. I'm also going to try and get a little bit less gun-shy as far as, as far as building additional factories and such. In fact, I'm probably going to just ignore building residential and office buildings for a long time. Not because I don't like them, but because I actually think now, especially with this current patch, the idea of being able to generate materials that I build stuff with and being able to generate energy and such is worth a lot to me right now. It's always been worth something, but like right now I think that's going to be my biggest constraint on growth. So let's go to the headquarters. Let's get our... I think I'm just going to do exactly what I did on floor 2. Well, okay, sorry. I am going to pause for a minute just to see if there's a fancier way I can do this. So I'm trying to do better than 24. So this is going to be 9. I've already done this before. So that's like 15, 18, 21. I mean, I can sort of do it, but not really. Yeah, I can get 24 out of that. Not as elegantly. So I think we're just gonna do the. The design we did last time. Although the last time I did this, I also messed up. I messed up the placement of the. the relays. Okay. One thing I do like about this design is that it... did I really do it that way? Yep. You can actually build everything all at once. The only thing you can't do is entomb it in the storage containers, because sort of everything's touching the walls. So if you have a huge surplus of materials and workers, you can kind of get everybody swarming around. So presumably, like, this 6 idle is going to vanish as soon as I set this up. But the more important thing here is that I'm hoping to be able to turn on all of my industry, and that'll hopefully get me back on my feet, both in terms of cash flow, but more importantly in terms of being able to make higher tier resources. Seven idle workers, huh? Well, somebody's not doing their job. Okay, we're halfway on the isotopes. Actually, we'll say 4. It's kind of like one for each power. And then ideally a spaceship with 5 will be showing up. Alright, I might need to move the pylon over, but again, that's not the end of the world. Although I also need to be careful, so... actually, this works really well right now. If I upgraded the pylon, it would be, it would be a different story. But do I really want to go through all the hassle just to get the 1 extra... I'm sure at some point the pollution will become menacing, but there's only so much that I'm really generating right now. I'm guessing these idle workers are because of the mineral. Yes, it's because I'm getting so many people making minerals. So that'll resolve itself once we get the headquarters up and running. But nobody... Why is nobody working on this? I would have thought this is the obvious thing to do if you're trying to... if you're trying to get rid of minerals. Basically, right now I'm trying to collect and process as many minerals as possible before I need to make some hard decisions about what buildings I make. I was in this really nice position where I wasn't worrying that much about tier 3 minerals for the longest time. I have to go back to a world where I worry about that. But once the power's online, we can take those 90... Basically, we take those 98 resources, and all of a sudden we can multiply that by 25 by refining them. In theory, actually, I could have made these mediums out of tier 2. We had 2. But it's a little late to think about that. And we're still running short on cash. I will confess I was sort of expecting to have those power... I was expecting to have those generators online a little bit earlier. But I also think that's partly my fault for... I think it's partly my fault for putting construction so low on the priorities. Because I haven't had to build something for so long. I probably need a better... come to think, looking at what's happening with the waste, I didn't exactly have the mineral resources for it, but I'm not entirely sure that the highway was as bad of an idea as I made it out to be. For the simple reason that I think we're probably generating more than we can effectively... It's not so much that we can effectively burn, but the fact that it's such a long walk. So I'm not going to build... Eventually I want to build like a whole road network and such. But I think what I'm going to do now is just build... I'll build the skeleton that I need to get me to the waste, to the smokestack. And then I'll maybe worry about the remainder at another time. Okay, I'm sort of wasting power here. So we're close to where we need to be as far as our battery capacity is concerned. First priority is to turn on everything that isn't on right now. I want a realistic idea of what my energy commitments are and if I need to build any more infrastructure along those lines. I have a feeling this is going to be an education. I will admit I am very, very interested in seeing how, in future, how I'm going to manage all of the different tiers of resource. I have a feeling I am going to have quite the adventure in terms of just making this all balance out. Or eventually, maybe I'll just abandon Tier 1 resources altogether and I'll move all the way up to Tier 3. I think it's possible. But hopefully my workforce will get the job done. I also don't know where I got this extra... Oh, you know what? I bet I got this through upgrading the headquarters. So, 20 living space. Apparently, we've got a job offline. Where are you? Cool. So now this is a question of filling this place up with bodies. We also have enough to upgrade the defense turret. I don't need it right now, but it's good to have. Do we cover... Yes, so we've got all the area surrounding. I'll get the free resources while I can. I call them the free resources just because there's no red artifact, so I'm not giving up something that I can convert into workers. Mind you, I'm sitting on 21 right now, so it's not a huge problem. But clearly I didn't think the worker thing through too much, because I'm trying to get 3,000. I'm trying to get 3,000 credits to buy my next upgrade, and with my existing citizenry, I'm not covering my costs for workers. That's not terrible because, of course, my workers are going to be how I wind up generating lots of cool things. But I am going to be stagnant in terms of acquiring new buildings. And unfortunately, I need new buildings in order to be able to grow at the rate that I want. So ideally, I have mines churning out lots of basic resources for me to be able to get my hands on. Ideally, I've got energy resources, energy generators that are producing power for me. All of that's kind of on hold now because I didn't plan properly. Now, the easiest fix to that will be to upgrade Lackey's hovel. This is definitely a much higher priority than it used to be, but more importantly too, it's perfectly viable because the defense turret's already going up to level 3. It's already covering everything I've built. Actually, that's not entirely true. The smokestack's exposed. But I'm also sort of saying that I'm not going to cry too much if we lose the smokestack. So the real idea here right now is to just get myself to a point where I'm able to start building these more interesting buildings. And the way I'm going to be able to do that is by having more having more workers up and running and earning money. Sorry, not citizens earning money. I suppose if I'm not going to be able to keep the money, I might as well buy an extra truck. How are we for tier 3? Not that good for tier 3 minerals right now. But yeah, so once we get Lackey's Hovel back up, I didn't exactly work out how much I'm going to make off of it, but oh god, I'm also going to need to worry about power though. That transport was the worst decision I could have made. I think my answer to that is going to be to build another big factory. So I can't build the factory here because of the big fuel turbine. I need to make sure that it's covered by the... I guess here? There's going to be a bunch of pollution, I know, but... This is probably the most likely candidate, so... right, let's also improve our storage. Again, like, we're not going to be able to use any of this. That's all going to go to the workers, so we might as well improve our lot. 750. Still not enough. All right, well. I think, I mean, the other thing I could potentially do would be to take the third story of Lackey's Hovel to and turn that into a I could turn that into a proper factory. I think I'll just stick with what I've got right now, though. I'll worry about building something new. Okay, so what's it going to cost me for a factory? Isotopes? What? Really? Was it always like that? Obviously need to wait for the extraction to happen, but... So yeah, we have earnings, but very pitiful ones. But yeah, so my factory is... so one thing I gotta do with my factory is generate energy with it. And I've got 11 fuel to run around with, although I suppose I'm at the point now where I could build a better fuel turbine and we'd be okay. Clearly building a new factory is slightly more cost effective than upgrading an existing one, but this is probably the best defended factory that I'm going to have. How are we on generating? Wow, it is really, really slow as far as generating these tier 3 minerals. I mean, I'm glad I turned them on when I did, because I don't have a huge need right now, but what are my idle workers not doing? What devices are they trying to build? Oh, Because I don't have dedicated mineral. All right, no, we'll be in a much better. I think we'll be in a much better place in just a little bit. Wait a minute. Do I have? Yes, there is an extract ruins job. I'm just trying to find out where these other idle workers are. Maybe it's these mineral patches? No, it's not that. It would make sense that that they might be there because I am running out of mineral space, but okay, only one idle now. I don't think it's because I've given them any fool's errands. What about the extract? Well, that's probably happening now. Let's see what happens. I think we could probably stand to have a little bit more in terms of cleaning waste. I've got 29 workers assigned, but I know I'm going to have, I think, something like 6. Yeah, so the way I'm handling this is actually kind of stupid because I've assigned more workers than realistically could be available. Fortunately, when the construction jobs... Actually, I can cancel that out now. Okay, so we're at 27, 28, 29. Yeah, so we're 29 out of 30 jobs, but the thing is that I've got a bunch of dedicated people on the mineral patches, and then I've got dedicated people on the work in Lackey's hovel. I'm also not too worried about that, though. Okay, so we're working right now. It's 8 a.m., so we're gonna wait for... We're gonna wait for the work day to finish. I might even pay my worker. Yeah, actually, it's a tough call whether or not I pay my workers. So the argument against paying my workers is that I would have something I want to use the money on instead. The argument for is to have an amount that I can draw from to be able to build the power plant, which I need very, 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 very badly. And the problem with that argument is I am earning 159 credits a day, and at that rate, I'll have it in a month. Actually, probably closer to 2 months. Alright, well, let's think about that later. What's it going to cost me to connect? 2 isotopes? Money well spent. And I think instead of assigning people to construction, instead I'm going to just prioritize, because I'm only going to be building one thing at a time. Now, let's think about... So, one thing that I really like about the way that this new Industrial Revolution update has done things is that, and I've mentioned this before. It's funny. I actually brought the book so that I would have all the dialogues for ready names for buildings, and that's absolutely not happened. But I think the thing that's really neat about this is I'm not rushing to bring things up to tier 3 anymore. Obviously, I make the exception for the defense turrets, and it's just because, you know, defense turrets are pretty decent, particularly when you are very slow like me and you're being more stationary. I do kind of want to see what the new encounters with the rebels are like, but I would like to make sure I have a little bit of a better defense infrastructure in place. But I like the idea that I think over time, probably what you're going to see is more cities with a variety of different types of buildings. What I like about that, of course, is that this is a really good-looking game. I'm actually a little upset with myself that I spend so much time looking at the game like this, because this game, one of the things about this game is that it's got a very unique and really good art style. And one of the ways that I think this game can sort of sing, and I really like the inclusion of a photo mode. I swear that one day I'm going to do, it's probably better as like a YouTube video, but I'm going to actually spend some time in photo mode and try and make some photos that I think are like, this is Titan. One of the things that I think probably makes the Industrial Revolution update really interesting, just because, again, of the different tiers of materials, and so the relative cost for a building early on, an upgrade early on, is significantly higher. If you can reliably produce tier 3 minerals, for instance, it's 25 times more than what you're doing at the start. Basically, you have these cities with a lot more variety, and as a result, you get to see all of these models, as opposed to the cities that I was building before, which is, these, constantly, go as tall as possible, as early as possible, and there's not as much variation. So, for instance, this energy pylon definitely would have been level 3 early on. It's also kind of interesting in terms of the decisions it's forcing me to make. So, when I did eventually get around to a smokestack, I would normally put, a connected and really high-level smokestack. I'm not doing that right now, but you can see the consequences of that. I'm not really burning trash at the rate that I want. Now, one thing that's nice about that is that more of my workers are being dedicated to things that are maybe slightly more important for me right now. But it does mean that there's going to be some slowdowns in terms of other parts of my, my little colony here, while I work through the trash. Anyways, all of that speculation aside, I need to start making some decisions about how I want this factory to look, and then eventually I want to decide. So the big question on this one is going to be, when do I upgrade it? So I've got 10, 15... Okay, so I can actually afford to upgrade this right now. So I'll do that while there's no... sort of no penalty for doing so. One thing I will work out is... I'm just heading into Lackey's hovel for... just for a think. So I got 12 fuel to kick around with right now. So I can build 4 large generators. Yeah, maybe that's the answer. 4 large generators. Alright, lots of idle workers. Why are you idle? If anything, I would think that they're overworked. Okay, so if I kill all the jobs right now... Alright, so it's not as a result of these assignments. There's 3 workers on the minerals. Alright, so why are there 12 idle workers? I'm assuming this has something to do with... I'm assuming this has to do possibly with a lack of space for trash, maybe? Definitely recommends against building any more workers now, though. So if I had it my way, I would actually be building sort of a... I might, you know, in a perfect world, I'd build sort of a dedicated factory towards... Actually, you know what? I can at least lay the foundations for it. I gotta do prioritize, otherwise nobody's gonna touch it. No, that's not true. What do my idle workers do when there's an open job? This'll be telling. So if they're idle but they don't want to follow up on the job. Anyways, so I was thinking this actually would be a really good spot for a dedicated factory. Because if I build the fuel turbine, nobody's going to live here. Ah, yeah, okay, no. So I build, yeah, this is exactly how I'm going to fix my problems. So I'm actually going to have two, priority factories. So this one, ideally, I will stick as many people as I can inside of it, and I won't worry about energy. And instead, this building is going to be dedicated to energy and industry. So sadly, this one's going to have to sit idle for a little bit. But yeah, no, this is a much better way of doing it. Because what I can do when the time comes, I connect the turbines, I upgrade them, they're going to have a livability penalty, so ideally I wouldn't have residences here. But it's totally fine for me to have residences here, because all that's eventually going to happen is maybe a little bit of pollution's going to waft over. But it's, you know, it's the same risk as having like the smokestack over here. The pollution's got to go somewhere. And I can build air filters or just, I don't know, replace citizens or something like that. I haven't worked out the whole human resources side of things. Okay, no, I'm actually feeling a lot better about this. And I think, you know, I'm talking about the things I like about the Industrial Revolution update. The fact that it's really motivating me to... you know, build more. So, I mean, obviously I wasn't building enough factories in the first place. But the fact that it sort of motivated me to build a bit differently is, you know, just to respond to sort of some of the constraints that I'm running into is really interesting. It's difficult, right? Because I'm associating these changes with the update. Where that may be that might not be where it's coming from. What it might be is I've learned lessons from the previous times that I've played the game, and as a result, I'm now a little bit better equipped to take on some of those challenges. I just want to keep an eye on my finances, because if I do have a chance to sneak in some, upgrades, I will take them. The question to me right now is a surplus of 159 credits really worth it? Or do I want to, you know, do I instead want to take the chance to, you know, buy up some new goodies? I know what the answer to that is. That's the last time I'm going to do that, though. I am actually going to need this stuff to... I'm going to need this stuff to happen. So we've talked for a little while. Okay, we're looking a little bit better on the minerals. So the question is, what would I spend these minerals on? So I need 8 for the mine. I need 8 for the energy plant. And I'd probably build the energy plant before the mine. So we technically have what we need already. So what I'm going to do here... We're going to start building roads. Now again, I'm using tier 3 to build the road because it winds up being a single mineral cost. So I would definitely build roads here no matter what. And the question is, how else do I want to feed the road? Do I want to push it through here? Do I want to go out and around? With my existing range, wrong button, I could go... I'm trying to think this through because there is also going to be the question in terms of how, you know, how do I get the mine there? So there's going to be Probably a Zethane plant. I'd actually maybe try and build it here. Although it looks like there's another sinkhole, so if I'm careful in terms of where I place things, I can get a fuel turbine here, possibly a fuel turbine here. We've obviously got the fuel turbine over here, and then a fuel turbine over here, and then of course we build a ridiculous number of energy plants when all is said and done. One way or the other, though, this thing's got to go. And I don't really think we need any more minerals. If anything, we got to get rid of these ones. With that in mind, well, I think I'm still going to build the road to the... Oops. I'm still going to build the road to the smokestack, because hopefully then we'll be able to... This thing needs 8 energy, so I can't turn it on. I will, however, build the additional fuel turbine because we're currently constrained in terms of the amount of fuel that we're generating. It'll also give me some time for these minerals to get scooped up. I'm not inclined to combine the smokestack yet, the main reason being that I don't have any defense for it. But this is going to be an area that I defend at some point because I'll have a mine and definitely some fuel turbines in the area as well. But that particular turret is a very long way off. So I'm going to cool it on the... I'm going to cool it on the minerals right now. I am, however, going to upgrade Lackey's hovel, and I should have done that a lot sooner. Fortunately, though, it's 10 p.m., so we're probably safe so far as the activities are concerned. I think we need 10 tier 3s. So again, just to reiterate, this will probably become another batch of... This will probably become another batch of habitats and... Did I miss... How did I miss that? This will become more habitat when the time comes. So more offices, more habitat pods. This will be dedicated energy and why are you a priority still? By the way, if Alexa's still watching, I'm sorry. I probably have not shown you the bug that you were looking for yet, so I screwed up there. So I think one thing I can probably do to help out my crew as far as their as far as their overall workload is concerned. So we're 20 and 20. I'm probably gonna have to turn all of this off really quick, but oh wait, no, I don't need to worry about that because I still need to hook up the power and everything. So as long as I don't turn on the outlet, I'm fine. This is a floor dedicated to commerce. I hope I didn't do that wrong. I should have kept count while I was doing this. Okay, so these match, these match, these match, these match, and I'm pretty sure I already did 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, so these should all balance out. Relays for days. I'm playing with fire putting the industrial outlet out on this, but I figure I'll just turn off the industrial outlet and have everything else turned on. The idea is that by dedicating so much effort towards using like base level minerals, that's going to eventually free up the territory for the additional factory. Also, I should be naming these. That was the whole point. So. You are not Factory 4. Let's call you... this was going to be a... this one was going to be... Yeah, I got to think about this a little bit. So if this is dedicated to... I mean, there's nothing really dedicated to commerce. There's like the spurious works. I guess it was Aristotle that they... That doesn't matter. Let's call this... ions. Plaza? Surely we can come up with something better than Plaza. Trading floor is a little too... Ooh, Ions Exchange. This can be a plaza. And yes, technically it's laws, but... Can't rename fuel turbines. Ugh! I'm submitting a bug report. The smokestack? We can call that one Gorgas. This has got to be a new thing that I do. I need to... I think... Now that I'm getting a little more comfortable with Industries of Titan, I actually think I should start role-playing a bit more. I should start doing themed... I really should start doing themed companies. The Plato Solutions was just a nice little quirk that the game introduced, but we should run with it. At the very least, I can name my buildings after dialogues. Ah, we're out of isotopes. Good to know. So that's gonna have some implications as far as my upgrades and my connections are concerned. Now I can fix it by exploiting them for resources. So this one's fair game. Right now I want to look at anything with the green icon above it. 6 isotopes for 2 red artifacts, not a good trade. 4 artifacts is pretty good for that. 1 red artifact and a 2? Get out of here. I am kind of picking up scraps though. I really do not have a path forward for additional isotopes. Fast Velocity, 6 of your name. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm really happy all of you guys are liking Industries of Titan. It definitely gives me a reason to do more. I know right now I just have the 1 day dedicated to it. I'm just going to say it's Danny, I hope I pronounced this right, Danny Baranowski's soundtrack that's attracting the attention. But let's think about the next few steps. So we're choked a bit. Okay, so we're choked a bit for waste, for sure. I can probably earn myself a little extra power if I turn off my my isotope refining operations. Yeah, okay, actually, so that's that's the first thing that I got to do right now. So let's get somebody dedicated to moving isotopes. Okay, we've already got somebody dedicated to moving isotopes. Let's do a final run of any potential isotope salvage we can get. Do I want to give up 2 red artifacts for 4 isotopes? Better question still, would I consider giving up 2 red artifacts for 36 isotopes? I actually probably would have taken that. And I've got 34 red artifacts right now, so... okay, and if I did it for 3, I'm definitely going to do it for 6. Ah, hell. I'm gonna turn all of these into that. No, this one I'm gonna take for the artifacts. All right. I did put my construction down fairly low, but yeah. So the overall game plan here is, so I've not touched Lackey's hovel yet because I need the power. I'm gonna build. So presumably at some point my fuel turbine's gonna get built. I need to get the. So ideally the fuel, so I'll combine the fuel turbines. I'll get them built up as much as I can. I'll come up with a fancy name for what is currently named factory. Oh, actually we can get that right now. So if it's industry related, let's say, God, what was the one? There's the one where like Socrates like leads the kid to answer the math problem. It's Mino, I think? Not Mino, Menno. Yeah, I think it's the Menno. Yeah, Menno. I know there's a character limit, so... Menno... Manufactory? Nah. Well, it's getting built, so I gotta give it a name sooner rather than later. Minnow. Okay, less Plato, more thesaurus beside my desk. I also realize I'm super over time, but I'm having a good time. As long as you are, I don't mind going for a little bit longer. I'll give it until the girders come down. Mill? It'd be very funny to have a mill on Titan. No, I got it. Meadows Workshop. All right, we're slowly but surely producing our minerals, so overall good there. Okay, now I can start. So I can start turning this into power right away. One small drawback is when I eventually upgrade it, there will be consequences. I'm going to go for it because I would ideally like to get... no, because I want to get the fuel turbine built too. No, I am going to do the upgrade. The reason I'm doing the upgrade is I would like to have a clearer idea of how much fuel I have to play with. And I can only take it up to tier 2. So, floor 1 is going to be all about power. Floor 2 is going to be about refining resources. In this case, ideally minerals, because clearly we're sitting on a ton of minerals and not so much as far as isotopes. Ions Exchange and Lackey's Hovel will be dedicated to they'll be dedicated to the habitat pods and the office space. And that will hopefully get us out of our pretty dreadful cash flow situation. Although I'll confess I'm a little confused why they're taking so long to build the fuel turbine. Or the road, for that matter.
Device complete. Device complete.
If I'm not careful, there's going to be a catastrophic hit to my energy. Okay, fortunately they're like government workers. All right, well, let's work with what we've got as far as the 13. Let's look at what we've got as far as the 13 fuel go. So we've got a large generator here. We can build 2 of those, so that'll take care of 6. I can stick stuff in the middle here. I'm not quite ready to do that yet. Actually, come to think of it, maybe I can get away with sticking something in here. Oh, wait a minute. I seem to remember I worked out a pattern for this. So I think there was like some way that I could get the edges all... I wish I remember how I did it. So if I did something like that, for the sake of the argument, let's be brave in our choices. Well, that's a neat little idea. So I can get like a battery and an industrial outlet. It's weird, but I basically waste 4 units. Okay. So I can do that. I know I can fill... Oops, wrong one. So my alternative would be something like... Oh, this is gonna get so ugly so fast. I am actually very intrigued by this pattern, though. So we'll cut one of these out just for the... So can I put a relay down that'll touch all of them? Yes. No, hang on, but I want it to have a generator in the middle like this. That constrains me a little bit more. Alright, so that doesn't quite work because I can't touch that generator. This, on the other hand, touches everything. So we put a battery down, we put in... Oh, we've already got the outlet. Is that an outlet or is that a relay? I can't remember. Relay. I should also work out how much fuel that's taking up already. So that's 369 and then 11. So we still have a small surplus after all of this gets done. I'm not going to try prioritizing just in hopes that my workers sort of figure it out on their own. I will, however, dedicate some people to construction. Looks like this doesn't count as a priority. Fuel turbine's just sitting there. What am I, chopped liver? I'm not sure how I'm going to fix that, to be honest. I do have enough, however, to upgrade either Ion's Exchange or Mino's Workshop.
Device complete.
I'll cancel and redo it just in case... Oh, right. So that gets to become a new priority. A real priority, not a fake one. I'm curious if people's behavior will update accordingly. And I don't want to say this is a priority yet because it's just a cleanup job, but I would eventually like that thing to get built as well. So we're going to wait for a little bit. The main reason being that at some point, all of this is going to get built. And when the industrial outlet in particular gets built, there's going to be an energy debt that comes due. I was kind of anticipating to have my my generators online in time, but I don't think that's going to happen. Although I suppose the one thing I can do when I do see the big negative number hit on my energy, I can... Okay, actually, now is the time to strike as far as the connection's concerned. So... Oh, sneaky. Okay. Man, where am I going to get to? Oh, no, I know where I can get to isotopes. If there has ever been a priority, my friends, it is this. It is this fuel turbine. Please make it happen. Although I bet you I can watch the workers go from the spaceport to the fuel turbine. No, it would be the council. So, I'm going to assume that that's Slacky's hovel getting its new floor online. No, that's not. That's my power, that's my generators not being able to work. Well, as long as we resolve this by 8 o'clock tomorrow, we'll be okay. We're not going to resolve it by 8 o'clock tomorrow. Workers, I paid you. I'm about to pay you. I'd really, really like it if you do the priority job. There's 4 of you currently sitting on your hands. Payday's in a minute. Okay, well, that's good. You made the road. The roads are important. Oh, wait. Alright, it says I've got 1 isotope. Please tell me they're not taking the isotopes from the council hall and put it into fabrication. That would make me cry. Well, at least here I can get some new ones. Alright, I'm fascinated to see how this turns out. I'm actually going to be very stubborn about it, because as far as I'm concerned, this should be a priority for my workers, and it should not be hard to find isotopes that I specifically spent influence to obtain. You know what? Take it from the ruins. That's fine, as long as you do it. But yeah, man, this is going to be interesting. So I think one thing that would be interesting would be if you can sort of force a number, like if you can force a reserve of tier 1 resources, because to me it's fairly clear. Oh man. Oh, good work, guys. Okay, yeah, so they got everything online just before the workday. That is some top-tier workmanship. Alright, what are we looking at for tier 3? We can't afford a 3rd layer on these 2. In fact, we'll be able to afford a third layer on both of these workshops if I'm so inclined. How brave do I feel? What else would I use the isotopes for? Oh, how much is it going to cost me for the energy depot when the time comes? 2 isotopes. So, you know what? Once I get my 20th tier 3, I'm going to turn off all the isotope refining until we get access to the mine. I think minerals were good enough. I think we've got enough tier 1 minerals lying on the ground that we should be able to handle that. I'm not so convinced that we have what we need for the rest. So Mino's workshop is priority number 1 for the upgrade. The reason for that is if I upgrade this thing when I've got generators inside of it, then that's potentially going to kill the whole grid. If I upgrade Ion's Exchange, well, again, this is hopefully going to be habitat pods and offices. And so as a consequence, I should be, I should basically be able to upgrade those late at night when nobody's doing anything. The other thing that's nice is I'll take a little bit of pressure off the grid by turning off the isotope refining for an indefinite period of time. Maybe what I'll do is I'll turn off the tier... Nah, I gotta keep the tier 2 on for a little while longer at least. Let's just take a look at what this not pollution ethane looks like. It's a little nerve-wracking because I do have a fuel generator here, and it's like in the middle of nowhere as far as the ethane's concerned, but I don't... Well, what's going to happen is this thing's going to suck up everything in the region, so it is going to hurt La Plaza in the long run, but... Okay, you are ready for an upgrade. Now this does mean this has effectively killed my my supply of tier 3 isotopes. But this is a sacrifice I'm willing to make for now. It does mean, however, that this mine is probably a higher priority than this mine. All things being equal, I may find that higher tier minerals are actually more important for me. But for the time being, let's get some more... Let's get access to some slightly better options. This will also free up some workers for me, which is nice. So more energy, more... Yeah, we might as well clear out our tier 2. Okay, so this will be the last one going through. I can turn off the input module. We'll watch the processor do the work. I'll keep the, I'm going to keep the waste module on because that'll give us a chance to sort of clean everything. It looks like it basically looks like these things have been spitting out their excess without real, without like any thought. And I mean, it makes sense, right? These things only store 10. So unless you have sort of a dedicated worker to clean the thing out, I do really need to think. So now that I'm sort of past being like completely blindsided by new stuff inside of the game. I mean, I was never like fully, oh God, what's going on? I don't even know what my life is about anymore. But I think now that I'm feeling a little more confident about certain aspects of Industries of Titan, I probably do want to put a little bit more thought in terms of how I build supply chains. I'm definitely not able to micromanage my workers. I don't know if there's going to be anything like conveyor belts to sort of force particular paths for things. But what I do want to start doing is think a little bit about how I'm storing things and how I kind of create a chain of storage so that workers can do these very, very small jobs sort of dedicated towards a particular task. So I'm thinking like, if I'm moving, like, you know, there's a bunch of waste here. I want to have like a waste dump that maybe involves moving floor to floor rather than floor 3 of Lackey's hovel to the smokestack, which is a million miles away. And I have a feeling that that will help me a little bit in terms of worker efficiency. I'll admit I haven't put a lot of thought in terms of how the workers work. I just sort of try and follow them when the time comes and see what happens. Well, this is interesting. So apparently there's somebody dedicated to salvaging ruins. Not quite sure why, but we can move isotopes, we can move minerals. I think, yeah, we're cleared out here, so we can turn this all off. Again, we'll keep the waste module on because it needs a good clean. So, kill that, empty the isotopes. Yeah, things are looking up. So we've freed up 2 workers. We have 3 dedicated to minerals. I'm actually fine going for higher tier minerals. Again, we've got lots of it lying around on the ground, so we've now got 13 energy. That's definitely not going to be enough to power the 3rd floor, but it is going to... It's going to give us a start. Just want to make sure. And it looks like we wound up with 2 tier 3 isotopes after all. So I'm not going to complain about that. I should check, so we're doing all right. Ah, a new founder. Did you really think your little startup would escape our notice? We know you're taking money from the council, and we know exactly where your loyalties lie. Don't worry, we're not only going to destroy your city, dismantle your corporation, and take you as prisoner. It won't be painful, at least no more than the pain you've inflicted on your employees. Hey, Olaf, how you doing? Great to see you. So I see you've met Bahara Karoba, founder. They are the leader of one of many disparate and desperate groups that call themselves Rebels. The Council will not waste any resources on this, but I'm sure you have plenty to spare. Deal with Bahar, founder, or risk my displeasure. I have been ignoring the tutorials, I apologize for that, but here's what we're going to do. So we are a bit short on fuel storage, and while I do think it's more important to have energy overall, you have seen what happens when when I run out of fuel. I wind up with a big negative 55 really quick. So let's take a minute here and put down some fuel tanks, ideally with tier 1 minerals. And of course, we'll do that on anything that's got an already built relay, and of course, we won't do that in any of the cubicles. Have you been kicking around the whole time, Olaf, or are you just coming in? The new update is really interesting. It's definitely... I'm really interested in terms of how the different tiers of resources are forcing me to think over different time horizons. And I'm not playing well, but I'm having a really fun time not playing well. Which is, I think, all that you can really ask of a game. So... It was actually really funny. I was in Azure Wind's stream. Azure Wind is a really good guy. Okay, actually, I'll let you in on a little secret. So some of you have probably seen me in chats, and I'm not worried about the rebel attack because we've already got a tier 3 defense turret. What I want to do, though, is make sure that I have enough infrastructure in place to be able to keep that thing going. That means generating power, or at the very least manating storage for that power. So we've got my 2 tier 3 factories. This is eventually going to be something that generates money. But Mino's workshop is going to be what generates the power. And the hope here is that... Oh, God, what are you guys doing? Get to work! But yeah, anyways, we'll be fine. So some of you may have seen me inside of some chats, and I definitely am a little bit more either sarcastic or anarchic or just generally a bit of a pest at times. And most of the time it is very clear sarcasm, although I don't always post it as sarcasm. I think most of the time because a lot of this stuff is sort of self-evidently, pulling someone's leg, for lack of a better term. Oh, you know what? The one thing I would want to upgrade isotopes for would be further fuel turbine upgrades. What are those going to cost me? They're not that far off, actually. I think I'm going to do it on a as needed basis. I'm not sure there's a lot of value in me making a top tier fuel turbine right now, especially if I'm taking this long to build generators. So anyways, one of the things about it, like one of the reasons why I say dumb stuff in a chat is that it's actually, so number one, the streamer is usually in on it. They know what I'm like, and so as a result, if I say something silly like, you know, Bloodborne, this is obviously a Dark Souls clone, like From Software should sue the people who made this. Demon Souls, well, this is just a, you know, this is like a lower quality, you know, Dark Souls ripoff. Like, there's always variations on this. Johnny is brilliant. Johnny is like the perfect straight man to that sort of stuff. What was really interesting about it is you actually get to find out who the bullies in a chat are through that. Because there's definitely a type of person on the internet who just cannot stand people being wrong. But more importantly, when people think they know something that you don't, some of them can actually be really, really nasty. And so it's like, I'm not all that worried that some guy on the internet doesn't think I'm smart. But it's sometimes very educational to see that sort of stuff. It hurts really deep though. But yeah, so what was interesting about that one was the reason I mentioned this is Azure Wind is really good. Azure Wind plays XCOM 2 on sort of the highest difficulties constantly. And, you know, he'll do mods to make the game more difficult. He tends to try and play on Iron Man. Like, he really challenges himself in that game. I love the XCOM games, but I do not play them Iron Man. I actually really like the process of being able to iterate over the different approaches. And someone has said, you know, for a new player to XCOM, you know, what do you recommend? And he gave this really thoughtful answer, and particularly built around the idea of, you know, go at your own pace and so on and so forth. And I think I said something to the effect like, so what you're saying is, you know, X, Y, and Z are elite moves, and like, you know, this one is a pro move or something like that. And of course he's like, yes, System Shock, that's exactly what I meant, or something along those lines. And then obviously there's a couple of guys who just don't get it at all, and they go on, you know, and a maybe not so subtle rant about why I'm just a terrible person and such. Finish the first XCOM on normal Iron Man. Are you talking about the Firaxis XCOM, or are you talking about the Julian Gollop one? I don't know if there's an Iron Man in the Julian Gollop one, but okay, yeah, Firaxis. So anyways, right, like this is not high art that I'm doing here for sure. But I know Firaxis is the new one, unless Microprose is a much more recent company than I thought it was. But what was interesting though is that, you know, I don't want that to become, I don't want that kind of behavior to sort of be a shield for me to become a bully myself, right? I do not want sarcasm to be something that upsets someone who's new. So usually if somebody's asking an honest question like that, what do you recommend? And I say something about Prol and Elite moves, I really like XCOM. I have a few opinions of my own about what makes that game enjoyable, and so I'll make sure I throw the guy a bone. And so I think I said something to the effect of, you know, a lot of people will talk about save scumming or whatever, but there's actually, I think you can learn a lot by freezing the game in a state where you made a decision and you weren't sure what to do, and that you could turn around and say, okay, I'm going to save it here and I'm going to reload it and I'm going to see what would have happened if I did the other choice, because then you're really able to experiment and you're really able to learn what the effects of certain decisions were. And I know it, like, I never do things quickly, so, you know, I think I took a few sentences to get that out. And inevitably, right, the guy who's busy, you know, not so subtly ripping into me over, you know, the idea of talking about elite moves in XCOM, is all of a sudden it's like, lol, people are writing paragraphs to answer one guy's question. I'm like, well, what are you doing to help this guy? Why the hell did I go on this story again? It was something related to Olaf. I'm sorry, my mind totally blanked on this story. If you want to play an Apostle Legacy in Cultist Simulator, you have to win. Well, there's one of two things you can do. You can modify your save file in a text editor. It's all JSON, so it's not that. Well, it's not exactly JSON, but whatever. So the standard way is to get a standard Ascension victory. And then you can get, you can do the Apostle run of the, of the kind that you got the Ascension victory through, or you can modify your save file and do it that way. But the canonical way is to do a minor victory first, which will then lead you into the major. Yeah. So in that case, you have to immediately following that one do the Apostle run for Lantern. If you were to do, say, like a Detective Legacy in between, you would actually need to earn your Ascension again. I mean, I have a special file which has all 3 legacies on it because I know I did that Steam stream, but that's a special case. I'm really sorry, guys. There was a point to that story, and I've completely lost where I was going. Now I just sound like a jerk, and I'm sorry for not finishing it off. But I've generally lost the thread. Either way, I'm happy to see you, Olaf. There was like a joke in. I'm sure it was like a joke related to something that he said. It was something about the 24-hour cast that I was going to say, but. Yeah, there was. I feel really bad. I should learn to get to the point on the stories, and then I won't run into those problems. But I'll let it die, and then if I recall it, I'll just get the point done. Am I any closer to having? All right. Well, we're slowly getting these things built. What I really want, maybe we'll get the. I'm gonna prioritize this trio in the middle here because then I can get the medium. The medium generated. We don't have an infinite amount of time. Like the hope is that here within the 33 minutes, we're going to be able to have enough energy to sort of turn everything on and be able to get the defense turret running without draining our batteries. Yeah, I know the sentence in which I finished, but there was the point of bringing up that interaction in the first place, and that was what I had missed out on. I seem to remember like there was something really funny that happened as a result of it, but like I've just completely lost where I was going. This is so the main problem that I run into with these stories that I tell is that I go down lots of little alleys and. For the most part, I like that because it gives me stuff to talk about on stream. But it's terrible for storytelling because you have these meandering details that are totally irrelevant to the point. And it really messes with the, overall delivery. Yeah, I don't know. It's not going to come back the more I bang my head against the wall over it. So the best I can do is focus on Titan. Okay, one thing I like about this, I believe the workers move slower in the snow. I mean, it's not good for me, but it's a fun touch. I didn't actually need, as always, I didn't actually need the three trucks. It just so happens that I had some free money. So, well, not free money. It's the workers' money, but. I will confess I'm a little nervous that I've not seen a big energy hit or a big change to the citizens in... Actually, let's take a minute here and see what's going on in Lackey's Hovel. So I have an industrial outlet. What? What? Oh, that's right, because I didn't build the relay. Suppose that's a way to stop me from getting those costs. I'm happy. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's nice that I didn't. It's nice that I didn't suffer from the sudden energy hit, but. So I'm gonna slow it down a little bit just so I can get another read on. Is there a better way for me to build this? I mean, I suppose I could put a bunch of conversion centers. I think I'm gonna go for the same pattern. Oh, but I gotta be careful about where I put all of it. So I'm gonna put this one under pause. You know, I don't think that actually touches everything. I gotta be very careful about how I handle this. I think I'm gonna prioritize it. I mean, the good news is that we're up on the power, so let's go to Elaki's hovel. I'll enable the industrial outlet. We're probably not quite able to support it all, but I'm interested in seeing how far we can push it. Yeah, I think I was asleep at the switch. I'm one shy. Okay. There might be a way around this, though. So let's say I build a large generator here. So we know we need to nestle in some of these... Okay, no, this is still savable. What I do is I put the relay... I gotta put the relay... So, basically there's two spots like this, and then there's a column down the middle. And the question is, what do I fill the column down the middle with? Conversion centers seem like a decent enough idea, but I'm not going to be able to fill it with them. So there's got to be stuff in the middle that I do as well. I think that's going to be how I handle that problem. Did I really screw it up that badly, though? It's like, this definitely covers everything. I'm actually willing to rip out the middle bits here to recover, because it really feels like this design should pull off, like this for sure. Oh, no, nope, nope. I see exactly where the error is. Yep, no, I blew it. It covers 3, but not 4. Okay, good to know. I am still just like, basically this is a justification for building it this way, though. So we'll get this trio done. Can do conversion capsule at the end. We'll do another one on the other side here, but I also want to make sure that I've got the relays sort of covering what they need. Wait a minute. Jesus, I'm a bonehead. So these two are going to be covered. So what I want to do is make sure that this is the one that winds up out in the cold. Why do I suddenly find this so difficult? Wait, okay, no, I know how to do it. So, industrial outlet here. Right. And then we have a relay that covers these. So this should yell at me for not having coverage. Yeah. All right, we're in good shape. I'll resolve the rest of it in a little bit. What I'll probably wind up doing is some sort of relay, like in this area, and then I'll probably just pack it full of batteries, and then we'll put another conversion center on the end. The tricky part's going to be to just find the ideal placement of the this is probably where I'm going to put it. Actually, I bet this will work great. Maybe stick this down just to be sure. So we do conversion capsule here. Actually, I should be a little more careful. So, oh no, this still makes sense to do at tier 1 minerals. Have I nope, I have entombed the battery, so I gotta make sure they have access to all the bits first. And we stick another battery in here. Alright, yes, it's all hooking up now. So you're a priority because I need to bury you in another battery. You're a priority because I need to entomb you in a large generator. But once that's done... Yeah, so medium battery here, small battery here, and I will be a happy man. Let's see what's going on in Lackey's hovel, because I will confess I'm a little surprised that... So this relay is still under construction. Fair enough. Let's do... You know what? I'm going to do a quick audit. I think I'm going to do a quick audit on what kind of energy requirements I have to do a trading floor like that. Oh, this is worrying. I don't think the game is responsive. Yeah, so... Oh, no, hello! Maybe back, maybe not. You can clearly see me tabbing the details. Drat. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna oh, this is thorny. So I'm not actually able to see my task manager right now. So I'm trying to force quit Industries of Titan because I feel like I've hit a nasty bug. Five and a half hours in, possibly the bug that Alexa was talking about is the one that we've hit. Wait a minute. What? I don't know if you guys can see this. Let me try turning this on again. I don't remember building this. Oh, you know what? This is probably my other sample one. Okay, sorry guys. I need to find a way to gracefully exit this without without killing the stream. Because if I can't, that means I need to reset the computer, and resetting the computer kills the stream. And I'd rather not finish for tonight. I know I'm going late, but yeah, the big problem is I can't I can like sort of bring my task manager up. Like every once in a while I get like a hint that Windows is responding. Oh god. Can anybody actually hear what's going on right now? Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm trying to find a way to get onto my stream from... if somebody can indicate if the stream is still live or not, that would be great. I can't actually see my chat responding. Like, I just sent a message in chat, and nothing's happening, which makes me think the broadcast is kaput. God.